It's just for the listening session letter. If we need it for something else, we'll let you guys know.
Sure.
That's all we need.
Need your assistance on how to deal
Thank you very
Oh,
much.
sir.
Okay.
You ready?
Looks like some bills are coming.
More sprinted.
Okay.
Oh, he's in the back.
Happy to take it if they want. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We'll call this meeting to order. This is the May 9th, 2024 regular meeting of the Township Board of the Chartered Township of Meridian. First on our agenda this evening is the Pledge of Allegiance. And I'd ask that you please stand and join us, and please remain standing. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you all. I'd ask that you please remain standing. Recently, a tragedy befell our police department and we lost one of our own. And so we'd ask for a moment of silence in honor of Alicia Bork. Thank you. Item 4 on our agenda is a roll call. Will Clerk Guthrie please call the roll?
Supervisor Pro Tem Hendrickson.
Here.
Clerk Guthrie is here. Treasurer DeShane.
Here.
Trustee Sunland.
Here.
Trustee Trezise.
Here.
Trustee Wilson.
Here.
6 board members are present.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We have 4 presentations on our agenda this evening. Thank you to those of you who, by the way, have filled out the green cards for public comment. That will be next on our agenda after the presentations. If anyone does wish to speak later at public comment, you can fill out a green card. They should be over there on the table by the door. And you can hand those to staff and they'll bring them up to the table. With that said, our first presentation this evening is from Chief Rick Grillo. We've got some new police officers to introduce.
Thank you very much, sir. I come before you again, and obviously we have a very busy agenda today, so I will keep it as short as possible. I'm very pleased to announce that we have our staffing up to 39 officers with the addition of these 3 fine individuals behind me, which again, when I go back just to December, we were down to 30 officers and scrambling, not sure what we were going to do. So again, all credit goes to the recruiting and retention program, and very appreciative of that. The first officer I'd like to introduce tonight is Officer Kendall LaFleur. Kendall was a cadet for Meridian Township. I met her about 1.5 years ago, and to interview her for the cadet position. She was fantastic then. Within 6 months, our lead cadet was leaving, and we decided to make Kendall our lead cadet. So she took that position over for several months, and we knew that we had a good one. So we sponsored her through the police academy. I had very good reviews from the director, Andy Lindeman, at the Mid-Michigan Police Academy. Kendall has a bachelor's degree in criminal justice from Michigan State. She also has competed in triathlons in the past. And again, just a fantastic young lady. The next officer I'd like to introduce is Elijah Ogeen. Elijah comes to us from, his hometown is Chesaning. He lived in the Saginaw area. 10 years in the Army Infantry and did 3 tours in Afghanistan. Fantastic young man, associate's degree from Sonora Desert Institute. And finally, Gabe Burrows. Gabe had a full ride scholarship to Mott Community College, where he earned his associate's degree. He was the captain of the soccer team when he was in high school, and went through the police academy at LERTA, which is the police academy through Mott Community College, and did very well there. And I will say I'm very familiar and know the academy directors for all 3 of these places, and they wouldn't steer me wrong when it comes to who's doing a good job and who's not, and all I got were positive reviews for all 3 of them. So I'm going to turn the microphone over to Kendall first.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Kendall. I'm super thankful for the opportunity to be sponsored through the Mid-Michigan Police Academy. I'm super excited to be here, and I can't wait to serve the community. It's something I am pretty passionate about, so I'm excited, and I can't wait to start. So thank you very much.
Good evening, I'm Elijah Ogeen, and I'm very grateful for the opportunity that I was given through the township for sponsorship to Delta College Police Academy, and I look forward to serving this community.
Good evening, my name's Gabriel Burrows. I'm eternally grateful for the opportunity to work for the Charter Township of Meridian. I just love the fact it's such a well-rounded community, and I appreciate the fact that I can work for you guys.
Welcome aboard.
Thank you, I appreciate it. Good to see you, Kendall. Congratulations. Good to see you, Gabe. Congratulations. Elijah, good to see you again.
Welcome again. Welcome aboard. Welcome aboard.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chief. Our next presentation this evening is the new mass notification platform, or RAVE. And tonight we have Ingham County 911 Director Barb Davidson here to give the presentation.
I have no idea. I'll check. Yeah, thank you.
Let's see. Oh, he's doing it for me.
Thank you so much. Good evening, I'm Barb Davidson. I'm the director at Ingham County 911. Thank you so much for allowing me the time tonight to be able to speak to you. And I'm here to present the information on a new mass alerting platform that we're using, and also to ask for your help. So currently, we're using a mass notification platform called Everbridge. You might be familiar with it. We had some concerns with it. This community, as you all know, went through a tragedy last February at Michigan State's campus, and some of the points of Everbridge were very hard for us to overcome during that event. That, coupled with a very practical side that it was increasing in price and we couldn't figure out why, sent us shopping. And we went and looked and we found RAVE. So I'd like to talk a little bit about the platform, what we're asking for as far as help, and then the products that we purchased. So just a brief overview, RAVE is what the actual platform name is, and then I'll talk about each one of the products. So it's purpose-built, and it's that time for us when we have to have critical communication being given to the public. being able to collaborate as public safety partners as well. So if there's one thing that upsets folks the most, it is certainly when it's a time of tragedy and they don't know what's going on. So we need to lean into a platform that we can rely on that's going to be able to give us an opportunity to communicate well and often with the community that we serve. The goal of the purchase, of course, was to prepare, to be able to respond and then recover. What to do after these emergencies happen, crisis situations. So, and for planned events as well. This platform will give us the opportunity to be able to talk about not just tragedy, but community events and encourage community engagement. So the platform itself is RAVE, and then there are products. And we purchased 3 products, but I'd like to highlight Rave Alert, which is the actual platform that we will be using. And by we, I mean myself in the 911 center, as well as the police and fire departments also have access. And you've got a community engagement team that will also have access to the platform to be able to utilize it for community events. So it is the leading mass notification system. We are able to send messages through a multitude of communication points, which we think is very important. We want to be able to engage the public in the way that they would like to be engaged. So we can do it through email, text message, phone calls, social media. We can do it with digital signage, desktop, CAP, or IoT, which is the Internet of Things. So, Rave Alert, that's how we're going to do it. That's the actual nuts and bolts of how we build these templates and do these notifications. But one of the things that we're asking for the help on is this slide. How do we build this audience? So the other product that we're going to be I'm going to quickly talk about tonight is called Smart 911. I'm hoping it's not the first time you've ever heard of it. I think it's underutilized in Ingham County. It is something that we have all had access to for quite a few years, but now we are going to take this information and integrate it into this platform so that we can utilize it in a much more purposeful way. So Smart 911 is free to start. It's for individuals in a very simple way to log into this platform and be able to decide if they would like to opt in to these community alerts that we're going to be doing, and also an opportunity for you to provide information to us about yourselves. If you choose, it's completely driven by the citizens. So the only thing you have to do is have an email address to build the account, so to speak. We like it for a lot of reasons. First and foremost being that every 6 months it's going to say, hey, is this information still good? Is this still accurate? Is this still how you would like to engage with us? That's very important because we want good information. Features, it gives us details for the responders. So if you choose to share that you have a medical condition or something you would like us to be aware of, you can do that with this platform. Maybe you want to tell me that your dog's name is Charlie and he doesn't particularly care for women. I don't know. Whatever the case may be, you can share anything you would like. This is also that opportunity for you to be able to opt into the alerts that we are going to build. Meridian Township traffic, Meridian Township community events, Meridian Township emergency notifications. That's an opt-in platform with this as well. But I think one of the other big things that we really are trying to push with folks building these Smart 911 profiles is this travels with you. Smart 911 is all over the United States. So you tie a telephone number to this profile, and when you call 911, we can see this information about you. So it doesn't just work in Ingham County. If I go on vacation and I do the same thing, the dispatchers and first responders there will get this information as well. This is what it looks like. This is what a profile looks like that you can build. And again, you can share as little or as much information as you would like. And then on the right, that is what it looks like to us. They've shared some information about this child, that she's diabetic. It's also tying her to her parents. If unfortunately we weren't be able to find her, we would know those kind of things. So that's what we see when that telephone number pops up. We're really driving this. We are in an age now where younger children all have cell phones, and we would like to ensure their safety. This is another way to do that, to build a smart 911 profile for your child. Really are going to try to push this a little bit as part of that preparedness. We talk a lot about preparing for emergencies. This would be another level of preparedness. So that's for your home, yourself. There is also a free platform with this that we will be talking to our local businesses about, which is Rave Facility. So all of those things that you could tell me about yourself, small businesses, large businesses can tell us as well and build these profiles. They can create a tree, they can give us information about schematics of what's inside, where campuses are, where landlines are. They can tell us about if something happens at this building after hours, we can have contact information, those kind of things. So we're going to talk to folks a lot about protecting their employees and the visitors to their business. We're hoping that the businesses will also want to utilize this free service. That's the help part that we need. We need to spread the word. I've been in 911 for a really long time, and I think the most smart 911 profiles we've ever had in the entire county of Ingham is 3,000. And there's close to 280,000 of us residing here, and I think that's unfortunate. So you're going to see me talking a ton about this. I'm going to all of the township boards and bothering everybody. You're just first. And we're going to be talking to the local media, of course, so you're going to see this a whole bunch. The transition from Everbridge to Rave, we will be doing on June 1st. We will be providing the information that you saw in the slides to you. There's a QR code there to be able to scan. It will bring you right to the login to be able to create these Smart 911 and Rave facility profiles. Unfortunately, after February of last year, we learned some hard lessons. But one of the things that I can tell you is that we have amazing first responders in this area and in Ingham County. And they had a very, very hard job. And we were looking for some other things to help them with that job. That is another reason why we went with the Rave platform. The other thing that we purchased is called Rave Link. And it's going to link our CAD data to the first responders in a thoughtful way that will build task lists for them. So when they go on these very complex calls, that they can have somebody helping them out. I kind of think about it of having like an assistant in their pocket. Don't forget to do this, this, and this. So when you're under stress, you have somebody who can help you with that. It's tied to the Rave Alert platform. So instead of having to talk to somebody to send the alert, they can do it themselves straight from a cell phone. So that was the other part of the purchase. That is my contact information. I am happy to come and talk again and more. I know you have a very busy schedule, so I tried to keep it a little bit brief, but I'm happy to come back and talk more if need be. And thank you so much for your time, and I appreciate any assistance in helping us drive folks to Smart 911. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Davidson. Okay, next on our agenda is item 5C, a presentation about the Community and Senior Center. I believe we have Trustee Marna Wilson here to present on that.
Good evening, Board and visitors to our meeting. I am Marna Wilson from the Township Board, and I'm also the Chair of the Community and Senior Center Task Force. I would like to introduce Brendan Ozunian, who is the Senior Project Manager from Progressive AE, and he will be speaking shortly. 15 months ago, the Township Board faced a dilemma. Due to the passage of the Okemos School Board's bond in the summer of 2022, Chippewa Middle School was scheduled to be torn down and rebuilt on another site. Meridian Senior Center has been housed for many years in a wing of the Chippewa Middle School, and this would mean that the Meridian Township seniors would lose their home in 6 to 7 years. This was not an option. The board began discussing where we could locate a replacement senior center and then broadened our discussion about whether we could build a community center within which we could house a senior center. Meridian Township is one of the few communities in the greater Lansing area that does not have a community center. Would it be feasible to create one? In February 2023, the Township Board decided to explore the idea by forming a task force, which included representatives from the Township Board, the Parks and Recreation Director, past and present, the Township Manager, and the coordinator of the Senior Center, and others. We have met frequently to consider our options, build something new on a Township-owned property, or repurpose an existing building. We visited other community and senior centers in other communities to see what they have done and got some great ideas about how and what we could do with our own facility. There were many criteria to consider. How could we have a more accessible center centrally located in the township so that both Hazlet and Okemos would benefit? Would there be adequate parking, including handicap parking, available? Could it be on a bus line? What kind of components would we put in such a center? Could the seniors have their own quiet space? Could Parks and Recreation staff and senior staff have their offices there? We looked at 6 potential properties within the municipal complex area, and that's from the senior center the service center over at Gaylord Smith Drive, down Okemos, and this entire area. Many had challenges. Many of these parcels had challenges with wetland space or parking constraints. We considered the environmental impact of cutting down trees to build a center. We needed an environmentally sound solution. We also looked at existing abandoned, centrally located properties. Most were too small, but one large building at the Meridian Mall had possibilities. We reached out to the Meridian Mall landowner and management company, and after negotiations, arrived at a reasonable price. We conducted a bid process to bring in a professional team to assist us in moving our concept forward. In February 2024, Progressive AE in Grand Rapids joined the task force, understood the project's mission, evaluated potential sites, and concluded with us, after reviewing 7 options, that the best option was to repurpose a building in the mall, the abandoned Yonkers property. Tonight, we bring you concept drawings, elevations, and a rationale for repurposing the Yonkers building. Brendan will lead this part of the presentation. Thank you.
Good evening, and thank you very much. So a couple things really quickly. The location, I think you probably all know this, but I will state it anyway. Basically, due south of us is where Yonkers, the former Yonkers location is in the Meridian Mall. And so it's just a hop, skip, and a jump from right where we are. And it is, as Marta had mentioned, again, repurposing an existing facility that's been sitting there, and the bones are there and everything else is there to be able to be reused, which is a good use of taxpayer dollars as well. There we go. So a few of the process that we then worked through with the task force is we started to really look at what are the needs of both the community and that's enveloped between the community at large as well as the seniors, and being able to make sure that we've got a dedicated senior area as well in this facility. And how do you support that as well? Once this building is here, or the facility is there, you've got to be able to support that facility through offices and the staff that are going to be able to maintain the facility that's there. And it had to be purpose-driven for the community. it needed to be purpose-driven for the seniors, both of that. And so that was really one of the focuses that we had as a complete team in looking at this. So through our work, we ended up diving into a lot of details with the program and really looking at how, what types of spaces need to be in there and what sizes of the spaces need to be there. How many people does it need to accommodate for all these different elements? And then through that and the team that we have, our design team, we started to flesh out how much space is really needed. And that really kind of came into play as well with the different locations that we looked at in order to be able to accommodate everything that needed to be in the space. A few of the highlights that are in here, there are a number of senior dedicated spaces that are in here, both for activities as well as support staff, offices for senior staff to be there and really to accommodate everything that needs to happen with that. Plus there's gymnasiums, a gymnasium. There is multi-purpose spaces that can accommodate like 120 people at tables and chairs. And then there's also a warming kitchen as well with a multi-purpose room that can be utilized for that. And then there's all the other support areas as well that need to happen with this. So I'm going to point and click. I know this is a little bit small, but hopefully you can see everything that I'm pointing at. Trying to walk you through a little bit of the plan and some of the highlights. So this is the south entrance that is over here on this side. And there would be there would be a lot of dedicated senior parking spaces that would be over there. That would be specifically dedicated for the seniors right near that entrance. And then as you come in, this is the main entrance into Yonkers, the former Yonkers location there. And we're also trying to maintain as much of the building as we can, again, to be cognizant of taxpayer dollars and to be cautious with what is spent on the project while still doing a quality job at the end of the day. So the main entrance then comes in here, and then there's this large area up here, which is for the senior, dedicated senior area, and it can house a whole lot of things. And I'd like to pause for 1 minute here as well. This is a concept plan, so know as well, things are gonna move and we're gonna add things in, we're gonna take things out as we move forward through the project. But this kind of at least gives a good conceptual plan of where things are at. So again, I get dedicated area for the seniors as well as the senior staff that would be associated with this area. There are multiple areas that you can kind of see right here. This is a large multi-purpose room that can be broken apart into different size rooms. That way it can be utilized for many different types of activities and accommodating different sizes. There are other offices that are right here for parks and rec. There's a large multi-purpose room right here with a kitchen, a warming kitchen, mind you, but a warming kitchen that has direct access out, so that way it can be catered very easily. There's still a mall entrance. That's still a connection right here, so that way any of the amenities that are in the mall are still available directly to this as well. And then there is a low impact equipment area, equipment fitness area, as well as a multi-purpose for yoga or those types of things where that space could be utilized. Locker rooms that are tucked in the back over here, kind of over by the more highly active areas. And then as you can see, the large gymnasium that is right here in the space. And of note, this can handle, it's actually two regulation basketball courts that are here, plus 2 regulation volleyball courts, and 6 pickleball courts, as well as seating on either side, as you can see, for spectator seating, or if there's a youth activity here and parents want to be there to be able to watch, there's space for that as well. And then, through all this as well, there's a lot of space that can be then utilized for additional storage. And there's a whole space upstairs because the former Yonkers is a 2-story space. And this gymnasium is going to be built into that 2-story space. So we'll be taking out a portion of that floor. But then the remainder of that upper level and some of these other ancillary areas out here are then able to be repurposed in the future for additional community space as needed. And so they can be, again, repurposed and moved forward that way. So this really starts to give us a better visual on what the exterior is. I'm sure that you kind of know the face of this building at this point, but this is the main south entrance into the former Yonkers. As you can see, we're really opening up with a lot more natural light, trying to bring that into the space and activate that space, as well as having, like over here, this would be where the senior center is right behind it. The senior dedicated space is right behind it. And there would be a senior dedicated patio, outdoor patio that could be utilized for that, as well as a community outdoor patio that could be right here. And again, another view looking at it, and really, again, trying to activate more of the exterior while maintaining much of the building itself. Then you can see over here where the gym is located. That area does have to, there's a lot of structural things behind it. I won't get into all of that. But with that wall being rebuilt and being able to introduce light into it as well, we've got translucent wall panels that would be utilized for that. Obviously, in a sports environment, you don't want to have direct sunlight coming in, but the translucent panels then allow natural light to come in and still give you light in that space. This would be coming into the main lobby from the south. And again, these are concept plans at this point, but you can see a reception area with a lot of lounge seating out here that could be used by the community. You can see the openness where you can see into multi-purpose conference rooms and multi-purpose areas. This one you can see down the corridor that leads down to the activity spaces where the gymnasium would be, and the locker rooms and the other activity rooms, those types of things that are down that location, as well as over here you can start to see into the senior dedicated space as well. And then finally, this is again looking back into that senior dedicated space, back out to the main entrance on the south. And then this leads you down a corridor. Again, at the very end of this, we've tried to really bring a lot of light into the space, because Yonkers right now is pretty much, it's a mall. It's closed in so that they can control the lighting. And we are activating the exterior of that to really bring a lot of natural light in. But then these spaces right here would be the multi-purpose rooms that could be divided out into different size rooms as well. I believe that's it.
Great. We know that the board is going to be discussing this later, and we can blow up the design of the building, but thank you very much for the opportunity to present.
Thank you. Okay. Next up this evening is item 4D, a tribute to Supervisor Patricia Herring-Jackson. And first up, we have our treasurer, Phil DeShane, who will make a brief presentation. And then I believe we have Representative Julie Grixey here with us, who will also make a tribute.
Thank you, Supervisor Pro Tem. As a trustee and treasurer, I have had the privilege of serving on the Township Board of Supervisor Jackson for 8 years. In that time, under her leadership and that of the former Supervisor Ron Styka, this board has done some really big things. Just 3 of them are, we have added 6 firefighters and brought our police officers up to 39 sworn officers as of tonight. And hopefully we'll be at 42 by the end of the year, providing safety and security for our 45,000 residents. We've also paid down our pension debt by nearly $20 million, guaranteeing our first responders full pension and reducing the burden on future generations. And lastly, we are fixing the neighborhood roads with nearly 1/3 of them, 46 miles, having been reconstructed in just the first 4 years of our 10-year plan. We've done a lot, and we owe a lot to you, Supervisor Jackson, for your steady and wise leadership. So I'd like to read a resolution that the board has prepared. Whereas in 2000, Patricia Herring-Jackson began serving as Meridian Township as on the Planning Commission, and whereas during her 16 years of tenure on the Planning Commission, she served as chair and vice chair many times. Whereas in 2015, Patricia Herring-Jackson was recognized as the Meridian Township Volunteer of the Year. Whereas in 2016, Patricia Herring-Jackson became the first African-American female elected to the Township Board. And whereas in February 2022, Patricia Herring-Jackson was the first African-American female appointed as supervisor, and later in November of 2022, she was elected as township supervisor. And whereas Pat's involvement in the Meridian Township, as the Meridian Township representative for the Lansing Area Economic Partnership, LEAP, and the Tri-County Regional Planning Commission have benefited the community in many ways. And whereas, sadly, on May 9th, 2024, Pat's 24 years of service to Meridian Township will come to an end. Whereas the Township Board wishes to thank Pat for her public service and wish her well. Now therefore be it resolved by the Township Board and the Charter Township Meridian, Ingham County, Michigan, that hereby adopts the tribute to Supervisor Pat Jackson. Pat couldn't be here tonight, but hopefully she's watching on TV, and we thank you all, Pat. 24 years of amazing service. I'd like to now introduce State Representative Julie Brixey, who gave up part of her birthday to be with us tonight to honor Supervisor Jackson. And as a side note, I will say that it was Julie Brixey who brought together the coalition that began serving in 2016 that has these accomplishments we are proud of. So, Julie, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Treasurer DeShane, and thank you for having me, Meridian Township Board members. I am Julie Brixey, 2294 Hamilton Road, and I'm here tonight, like the Treasurer and the rest of you, to recognize Supervisor Jackson for her 24 years of exemplary service. I'm not going to read the tribute that I have. I'm just going to talk just briefly a little bit about the person who I consider to be a very dear friend and who's been a friend of mine for nearly 25 years. I first met Pat Jackson when the former supervisor, Susan McGillicuddy, was putting together something that was very unique for Meridian Township, and that was a coalition of residents that cared a lot about the environment, that cared about our school community, and that cared about making sure that we follow planned and orderly development here in Meridian Township. And we put together a group of Republicans and Democrats, and we worked together for the residents. And Pat was part of that team. And Pat helped us get elected, and then Pat started her service on the Planning Commission after the board was seated, and continued to serve there for a really long time until she finally agreed to run for the Township Board, which I had been trying to get her to do for quite a few cycles before that. So I did have the pleasure of serving with her in many different capacities on many different projects, and found Supervisor Jackson to be an incredibly thoughtful and intelligent person who had a very calm demeanor, which is something good for township boards. So I want to congratulate Supervisor Jackson on her retirement, and it's with great sorrow that I'll see her leaving this position, because I did have such a great working relationship with her, and she really broke a lot of barriers here in Meridian Township, and I'm proud to have been there with her for that. So I have this tribute, and I will leave it here, and thank you very much for allowing me to come and tell you a little bit about how great I think Pat Jackson is.
Thank you. Thank you. We certainly all wish Supervisor Jackson well in a well-earned retirement. Next on our agenda is item 6, citizens address agenda items and non-agenda items. There are several opportunities for public comment this evening. Citizens who wish to address agenda or non-agenda items will have the opportunity here at the beginning of the meeting, as well as near at the end of the meeting. Individuals who wish to address the board should complete a green card, or now we have white cards over there on the table by the door, and present the card to a member of the staff who can bring them up to us. At the appropriate time, I'll call on individuals who have completed a form and to speak on the topics that they've indicated. Citizens are required to limit comments to 3 minutes. The timekeeper will communicate to the individual who's addressing the board. You'll see some lights flashing on the podium. The board highly values public comment and input. However, our format restricts board members from engaging in conversation or immediately responding to any questions. Questions and concerns may be addressed by the board in later in the agenda or may be followed up on by the board or the township manager. Please address all comments to the board, and please refrain from addressing any comments to individual board members or others here in attendance in the room. And with that being said, our first card this evening is from Barbara O'Kelly. Barbara, if you can please come to the podium and give us your name and address, we'd appreciate that. And then on deck, we have Julie Stouffer, who can be ready next.
Thank you very much, Scott. I'm Barbara O'Kelly. I live at 2576 Wood Hill Drive. I am a member of the advisory committee to the coordinator of the current senior center. However, I am talking as an individual and not reflecting any unanimous things by the board. I'm very glad to have the opportunity this evening to hear the presentation from the architect's firm from Progressive AE. Thank you very much, Brendan. And just regret that no one who is a current user of the senior center, of the current senior center, has had an opportunity to interact with the firm, with Brendan or his colleagues, to reflect our concerns and wishes. I believe that the current users of the senior center are the biggest stakeholders in this. A lot of people have a lot to gain from the new center, but I think that the current users have the most to lose of any group and of any stakeholders. So I must admit, from hearing the presentation tonight, I have more questions than answers. So hopefully there'll be some more comments, but I really hope that we have an opportunity. I understand this is a sketch, construction hasn't been started, so that there are opportunities, but I hope that there is an opportunity for current users of the senior center to have an opportunity to have input into this design. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Barbara. Julie Stouffer, and then next up is David Lederber.
I'm just going to pass.
Good pass, okay. David Lederber. And then next we have Molly Wingrove.
Good evening, members of the trustees. Dave Lederber, 4767 Cornell Road in Okemos. I'm here to speak in support of the application for a cannabis license, and the entity is Amsterdam that I'm supporting. I'll tell you that I am not an expert in cannabis or medical marijuana or recreational marijuana for any of that, but I do serve on the Economic Development Corporation Board for the township. Many of the board members encourage the trustees to move forward with an ordinance, and I'd like to congratulate the trustees in doing so. I think there is a great potential for economic development around this industry. But I will also mention that the township's a little bit late in getting into the game. And as a real estate broker in a profession, I will tell you that there's been a pullback in the cannabis industry. We've seen a lot of the big corporations that have come into different areas of our town not be successful. They've bitten off too big of a piece of pie. They maybe had too big of a building. They had too many expenses. And there's been a pullback because, again, Meridian is a little slow getting into the cannabis game. The applicant Amsterdam, I met by looking at one of the properties that I'm involved in as an owner and brokered it for lease. If anybody comes to a for lease building, I'll immediately do a lot of due diligence on that applicant. And I got online and I looked at Amsterdam and I learned that they're kind of a boutique, high quality, premium cannabis type company. They have a grow facility that they own and operate in Michigan. They're providing Michigan jobs. The other two locations that they have in Harrison and Battle Creek, I found, having personally driven to look at them, to be very high-quality operations. One, in fact, is located in an old bank building. As you may have known from the materials that I gave in advance, the building that they're looking at on Marsh Road was a previous bank operation, Capital National Bank, for over 20 years. There's currently safes involved in that building on the interior that have not been taken away. That building was designed with a private entrance for a garage-type vehicle access, so it's a very secure building. I can't think of a better bricks and mortar building and location for this type of use. And if you go on the website, you'll be getting pictures of their operations. If you go on the website for the competitor that's trying to get the approval for Zone 3, in my opinion, you see very inexpensive buildings. You see a lot of steel-sided pole barns, and you will also see in other states an actual shipping container that was used for their operation. I see I'm out of time. I'll conclude my remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Letterberg. Next up, we have Molly Wingrove, and then Tricia Berma is on deck.
Hello, my name is Molly Wingrove, and I live at 3877 Crooked Creek. And I'm here to speak about my concern regarding the Meridian Township manager situation. I watched the Sunday, April 21st board meeting where this board accepted Mr. Walsh's resignation, then turned around and gave him a contract for the remainder of his salary, over $200,000, to provide services on the budget and the senior center. If the situation was determined to be so dire that it required him to resign, why is the manager allowed to continue having contact with township employees who appear to have serious concerns about his behavior? I'm confident there are competent employees at the township who can handle these issues. After hearing from several township employees during the April 21st meeting, it appeared to me that these employees, and possibly others who did not speak, were made to work in a toxic and hostile work environment. Additionally, the previous township manager was allowed, under the authority of a past supervisor who had been deceased for 18 months, to conduct phone calls and Zoom meetings with his private company during business hours, using township resources and employees. This never should have been allowed. It's tantamount to stealing from the township. In hindsight, there should have been more oversight of the township manager as he spent employee wellness and recognition funds and how he handed out free vacation days and hours to employees. It appears these funds were actually solicited from contractors who do business with the township. Contrary to what was reported in the media, spending these monies on employee wellness and recognition is not required in the bargaining contract for township employees. Language in the contract says the township may provide such programming, bonuses, and rewards. There is a difference. Finally, and most importantly, I would like to encourage this board and the township to release the investigative report by Attorney Heidi Hudson, which was used as the basis to seek the township manager's resignation. I appreciate needing to keep the whistleblowers' identities confidential. Redact them. During the April 21st board meeting, a trustee on this board said the report will remain confidential. I would like to point out that unless the truth is put out by this township to the tax-paying residents of Meridian, there can be no closure based on facts. Transparency is not just a buzzword. My tax dollars paid for that investigation, and I deserve to review it. If the truth does not come out, one is made up, and it does not serve our township and its residents well. Thank you.
Thank you. Tricia Berma, and then Brandon Bethea.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Tricia Borma. I'm at 311 Smalley Drive in Mount Pleasant, Michigan. I'm here to speak in favor of Amsterdam. In my community, they took a closed-up bank, renovated it, and opened up Amsterdam in Harrison, Michigan. They've hired local people. They have been very positive for that community. As others have said, they have a very high-quality product. And they're also, the primary owner of Amsterdam is a member of your community, lives here in Meridian Township. I don't think you could go wrong in supporting their application for your Zone 3. Thank you.
Thank you. Brandon Bethea, and then Chris Pate is up next.
I'd like to yield to the end, please.
Okay. Chris Pate?
Same.
Okay. Suzanne Lealola, I'm sorry. And then Neil Bowlby is on deck.
My name is Suzanne Lealoha, and do we give our address?
If you would, please.
It's 2077 Lac Dumont in Hazlet in Lake of the Hills. And I'm here to just kind of echo what Barb also said when she came up here, is that I'm extremely disappointed that no one actually came to the senior center with everyone that comes to the senior center available to discuss the situation. The presentation was beautiful, thank you very much, but really difficult to see and to understand actually how much space we're going to have. And also I noticed from the pictures, and it could be that I didn't understand them correctly, it looks like there's no privacy in the senior center. When you come, anybody coming in could look right through it. Looked like it was an all glass wall into the senior center. And basically I still would think it would be nice to have the board come during the day when the senior center people are there, have a planned meeting to actually talk about this, and so where we could see the plans actually easier and understand what the spaces you have decided would be allowed for us to use. Because we have a very large jazzercise group, sometimes like 35 people, and it didn't look like that there was any space dedicated for that at all. So, but that's my comment, thank you.
Thank you very much. And I believe there is a meeting on the books in the coming weeks at the senior center to discuss these in great detail, so.
It's Tuesday the 14th.
I believe there is a meeting coming on Tuesday the 14th.
At the senior
The
center.
task force will be coming to the senior center to make this more full presentation. So thank you to those who have made that comment. Neil Bowlby, followed by, Neil Bowlby.
Yeah, so I hope to get done in 3 minutes. If it goes over, I'm speaking under two hats here. One is a private taxpayer and other is a president of Link. And I'd like to address the concept plans for the downtown Okemos, the village of Okemos. Have you ever, or are you familiar with the term caught between a rock and a hard place? It seems like township boards, since the inception of this project, have been put in that position. First, it was, if you don't give us a height increase, you're not going to get the project. Then it was, if you don't give us a TIF, you're not going to get the project. Then it was, if you don't let us scrap the underground parking, you're not going to get a project. So it's always been you guys that have been put between the rock and the hard place. And you've acquiesced in just about every situation there. As far as the plans themselves, so now you are again, right? You've got a plan where they want to put the taxpayer on the hook for $4 to $7 million to bury the power lines, or get basically some apartments on Ardmore with, 2.5% commercial. Most MUPUDs are in the range of 7.5 to 10% commercial. And I understand the economic situation and funding and investment and all that, but that shouldn't be your concern. Plan C, I think you should all see that as just a no-go right from the start. It goes against everything that Meridian Township has been striving for in terms of getting parking away from the street. So that should be off the table, and I see nods. Plan A, again, rock in a hard place. Either you pay to bury the lines or you don't get the project. I think maybe we've already put in, I think the township has put in already a lot of money. I don't want to speculate, but I suspect it's $1 million or more that the township has already put into this project, not including the TIF, which comes in the future. Maybe it's time to turn the tables and put the developer and the investors between a rock and a hard place and say, either bury the power lines or you don't get to make a big profit from this. They stand to make a huge profit from this at the expense of the township. And to put you on the hook for that, I don't think is really right. It's not in and to come forward with a proposal like Plan C is not in keeping at all with our township values. It's almost as if they have no concern at all for what our values are and what vision we see for the future. I'll wrap it up in like 30 seconds. Plan A looks okay. It's nothing like what we were originally given. It's going to cost somebody some money to do that. Maybe the taxpayers are willing to do that. One way to find out is not for you guys to make the decision, but put it up to a vote of the taxpayers. I believe, if I read the state election law correctly, Thursday, August 15th is the deadline for a local clerk to put to give ballot language to the county clerk to go on the November ballot. So maybe you could come up with a ballot question to put before the taxpayers. Are you willing to support the township board paying for the power lines? So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bowlby. Rachel Stolen, you're up next, and then Savinder Singh is on deck. You can let it go and let it be. Let it be. Let it be 3 minutes.
Hi, everyone. My name is Rachel Stolen, and I'm a resident at 2831 East Lake Lansing Road, as well as the Marketing and Public Relations Specialist for Meridian Township. In my role, I maintain the township's image through work in social media, media relations, and much more. For several months, I have been profoundly disappointed with how the Township Board and former Township Manager Frank Walsh influenced our communications of the investigation and resignation of Walsh. I was first made aware of the investigation in the fall through nervous whispers in our building. From that point until today, I have voiced concerns to colleagues about a need for transparency with our public, and I was verbally warned to remain silent to prevent probable retaliation by Frank Walsh or select board members. This put my position in conflict with the highest priority of my department, which is to provide residents with increased access to transparency and governance with relevant information in timely fashion. At no point in the investigation of the former township manager was this possible, and it still remains difficult to achieve. My role, which should have been equipped with ample information to inform the public of the investigation before any other outlet, had to instead respond to news articles that inform the public, township employees, and township volunteers first. Again, I am profoundly disappointed. If the Township Board wishes to illustrate its goal in enhanced citizen communication, I would highly recommend that the Township Board proactively provide updates about the search for a new township manager to include staff and residents in a transparent process. I would also highly recommend that the board informally or formally designate a public information officer other than the interim township manager or future township manager, relieving them of that time-consuming responsibility and creating a second line of communication with the township board should the first line be unusable or irrelevant. Speaking as a resident, Meridian Township is one of the best communities to live and one of the best places to work. The resignation and actions of the former township manager will not change that moving forward, but a township board can change how the public and employees feel about that. Thank you.
Thank you. Savinder Singh, and then Jean McDonald is on deck.
Hello, good evening, everybody. This is Savinder. I'm a new resident of Okemos. I bought a house here last year, and I live in a beautiful and safe community, Amber Oaks. And I'm talking on behalf of Amsterdam. Me and my family owns the Amsterdam dispensary and the grow facility, which is in Marshall. and all the businesses are local, and everybody that we employ are also local. And we welcome and embrace the opportunity for a locally owned and operated cannabis business to join the community of Meridian Township, keeping the values that this community offers at its heart. In short, we as a community member and my family, we look forward to the opportunity to grow at home. Our goal is to keep the revenues at home in the Meridian Township, which means we're growing locally, allowing us to boost the economy locally while providing jobs to our people and a service that has been requested by many. It goes without saying that nobody likes driving past empty buildings. We have secured a location, which was a previous bank, that can be ready for occupation within months and begin hiring just as fast to serve the community for safe and legal use of recreational cannabis. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you please give us your name for your address for the record?
3665 Bandera Lane, Okemos.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Jean McDonald, and then Dominic McCall is on deck.
Good evening. I had both of my knees replaced last summer, fall, so I'm still gimpy. But I wanted to introduce, I'm Jean McDonald. I live at 2019 Lac Dumont in Hazlet at Lake of the Hills. And I was a county commissioner representing you in my younger years for 20 years, and I was a road commissioner for 6 years. So imagine my surprise to get on the board of a senior center, and it is full of secrecy. None of us who are on the board saw the presentation of where that's going to be. We never heard from anybody that there was the $5 million to be given out, because there is now the fight between the school board and the township of who's going to spend it. Our name presently is a senior center. They want the name changed to Senior Center, Community Center, so other groups can come in, though they won't say what the other groups would be. I've never seen the pictures of the Yonkers place. They talked about the old building at the corner of Okemos Road and Mount Hope. Things have been flipped around. We've had people come a couple times, once last year with the superintendent and board members from here, and we asked, please, will you please come again and talk to us? We who use the center are out of the picture. We don't know what you're doing, what's going on. We would like to be involved from the beginning. We know we don't have the power. Our staffs are all hired by either the school board or by the township. So guess who, when we ask on the board, our board, the advisory board, what's going on? Well, we can't tell you. You can't tell us. I have to come to a meeting like this to see what you're doing, what's going on. I don't understand why there is so much secrecy and that people don't want to work together, and just you name staff that you control to be on a super secret, that's not secret, but a super committee that's made up of staff hired by the township and the school board. Nobody who is sitting on the board as an advisor who uses the senior center is involved. We're just ignored. We met last week. We were supposed to have a meeting, and it turned out to be just a general meeting. We didn't have all the people there. But it was like, well, what are they going to talk about tonight? We can't tell you. So I'm telling you, I'm very angry. I'm disappointed. This is important. Who's going to be in that Yonkers place with us? Ask some questions. The HOAs, the homeowners associations have not been included and invited to come to meetings where we could all talk about what is going to happen, what are the possibilities. Thank you, please.
Thank you, Jean. Dominic McCall, and Amar Al-Kafali is on deck. And I would ask that people please address the board with their comments.
Ladies and gentlemen of the board, thank you very much for your time. I'm here today in support of 1614 West Grand River, where DNVK has applied for a cannabis application. I first want to say that the comments made by the gentleman who came up here earlier regarding the quality of build in any adult use has much to do with its surrounding community. So yes, there may be some different markets where certain types of builds do apply, but that's not the case here. We've worked hand in hand with the township to propose a building which we believe is very aesthetically pleasing, complements the surrounding area quite well. And obviously, we still have to go through a site plan application. I think you'll be pretty pleased with the type of building that we are proposing there as well. I just wanted to bring that up. I also wanted to say that the other applicant in our zone, Amsterdam, is only taking a small portion of the old Capital National Bank building that they're proposing in. We're actually going to be a brand-new building from the ground up. So I did want to point that out there. I also wanted to address a letter that was sent in today's agenda packet referencing errors and that DNVK had violations. There was a correspondence affidavit sent to the township back in March that I sent by Marvin Karana and Darren Amy. Just want to make sure that that was presented to you as well, and that you guys were able to take a look at that to see that it addresses everything that was in that letter. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Amar Al-Kafali.
I asked you to yield to the end if that's possible.
All right. Thank you. That's all the green cards we have this evening. Anyone else wishing to speak to the board? Please. And if you could, Phil, you've got one there. Terrific. Could you please give us your name and address, please?
My name is Chuck Maniaci, 3696 Hewlett Road in Okemos. And I haven't seen, I've had a brief view of the Village of Okemos project. I wanted to propose an alternative idea that I think a lot of our community members could would rally around. And that is, don't develop it. Somehow reacquire or acquire that property with money that you would probably have to put into it anyway. It may not be the most economical solution where you're going to get tax dollars coming in, but I don't know what it would cost to acquire the property, but what you have to put into it to have it redeveloped would probably cover the cost, or more than cover the cost of just the land. But the thought was to have the community members pitch in and help fund what most of us want, which is a place to gather. It's not going to have maybe residents and tons of businesses, but it would be able to facilitate, food trucks. I don't want to duplicate what we have at the market, but somehow take that possibly a step further. But I'd be very willing to talk with other folks about it. It's a very rough idea. It's just something I had in mind. I would be willing to contribute to purchase that land. And I'm thinking if I'm willing to, that there's got to be a lot more people in our community that would. And, you could find a way to recognize the top contributors and all that other stuff like people do when they do fundraising events. But that's my thought is if we're just going to get a bunch of apartments there with parking along the road, why bother? I don't think that's what anyone in our community wants. So if you can't get what you desire as the leaders of our community, then say, forget it. We're going to just do our own thing. And I think the community would rally behind that and be willing to contribute thousands of dollars from individuals to help cover the cost.
Thank you.
Anyway, that's my thought. Let's think something different possibly.
Thank you. Anyone else at this time? Yes. And if you would please, if you haven't yet, if you would after you speak, please fill out one of the green cards.
Sure, I have one over there. Lucy Millette, I'm from 2418 Indian Hills Drive. And we've heard two very interesting arguments about the village of Okemos. And I just want to take people back to the original ideas that were proposed by the original developers. which was a very wonderful mixed-use group of buildings that included apartments, but also included a number of commercial establishments, restaurants, places for people to walk, places for people to bike. In other words, kind of an oasis in the middle of our area. When I first came here, I was entranced by the local area because I thought there was a very charming downtown. We have to go back to the original ideas that we had, I think, and make this be either a place that is valued by Okemos residents as we have wanted for a long time, or I think we have to go look at some of these creative ideas, because I don't think that as citizens of Okemos, we really want the current development proposals. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else at this time? Seeing none, we'll close public comment at 7:09 PM.
Is this appropriate?
In just a moment.
Thank you.
Item 7 is the Township Manager Report, and we have Interim Township Manager Tim Schmidt.
Thank you very much. I will be brief because you're going to hear me talk a lot tonight anyway. Couple of things I want to point out. The Marshall Park Playground is in, but don't go play on it yet because the turf is on back order. So we're waiting for the turf to get installed before we can have an official ribbon cutting and grand opening of the park. But the structure itself looks really good. My kid is really going to enjoy it this summer. The emergency warning sirens, as you may recall, we have 4 more of those that are going to be installed this year to complete the coverage of the township. 2 storms ago, there was some concern about 2 of the sirens not working properly. Chief Hamill investigated that along with dispatch and Ingham 911, determined it was a minor software glitch at the start. And I can confirm at the last storm we had last week, everything went off just fine. So there are no concerns that we have a problem there. And lastly, I just want to point out there's a blood drive in the Town Hall building on the 29th. Please check our website for more information. We'd love to have everyone show up. On a personal note, since everyone's staring at me right now, thank you all for the kind words of encouragement and the jokes about taking on 2 jobs and everything else I've gotten in the last 3 weeks. I hope that I can serve you all very well and keep this prime community going forward in a positive manner. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions for Manager Schmidt? Seeing none, we'll move on to agenda item 8, which is board member reports of activities and announcements. Any board members wishing to express any? Trustee Wilson.
Thank you, Supervisor Pro Tem. I just want to address those members of our community that are senior citizens and are obviously upset about communication. An important part of our process for the last 15 months has been to have representation from the senior center. And to that end, the head of the senior center has been a member of the committee the entire time. And she has been at most of the meetings, and we obviously had expectations that she was bringing back the information that she gained back to the senior center. So I am as disappointed as you are that she has not done that. I will tell you that a week and a half ago, we decided with Sherry present that we would come to the senior center next Tuesday, that is May 14th, at 1:15, and bring our presentation so that you could take a serious look at it. So we are planning to have that meeting. I hope she's conveyed that to you. She's known about it since a week ago Tuesday. We all agreed at this time we would come. So I look forward to the conversation with all of you.
Please don't blame her for telling her not to.
Ma'am, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Other board members? Trustee Sunland.
Oh, I got a question. What time is that meeting?
1:15.
1:15.
At the senior center.
Okay. Thank you.
Clerk Guthrie?
Thank you, Supervisor Pro Tem. Each year, the clerk's office puts together the annual Memorial Day event. And the event is, while the clerk's office puts it together, it's really conducted by the Meridian Community Band, by the scouts and the troops who do the flag ceremony, and by a veteran speaker. And this year, our veteran speaker is Joy Rimbaugh. I'm hoping I'm saying her name correctly. She is a United States Navy veteran. And the event will be held on Memorial Day, Monday, the 27th, at 11 a.m. at Glendale Cemetery, which is on Mount Hope Road, in case you don't know that the cemetery on Mount Hope Road is called Glendale. Also, so I hope to see everyone there. Also, I attended the 50th birthday for the Meridian Historical Village. I believe most of the board members were there, and our candidates in the office, in the room running for clerk were also there, so it was nice to see you there as well. It was a wonderful event. It had great representation. Our state representative, Julie Brixey, was there, and she and Representative Cerniglu gave excellent acclamations for the historical village. I got married there in the gazebo, so I kind of have like a love for the village, and I walk there all the time. Let's see what else. I do want to say that most of you know that I'm not running for office, and that I really appreciate the clerks who are on the ballot, the clerk candidates on the ballot who are running for office, reaching out to me. I enjoy having coffee with you and talking with you about the office and what we do in the office and the projects that we are working on. My focus is completing projects with my team through my final 7 months here and administering elections according to state law. And anytime any candidate wants to meet with me and talk about the clerk's office or the township and anything, I'm open ears and willing to meet with you and help transition the clerk's office to whoever the new clerk may be in the future. So I look forward to that. In regards to staff and Manager Walsh, I want to thank the staff for your bravery. I thank you, Rachel. I thank you to our HR director, who I know is back there, Abby Tehoff. I thank you, Amber Clark, who submitted your comments in today's packet. As you know, I was the former communications director, public information officer. I worked in that hallway, and so I empathize with everything that you said. As a staff member, I went to board members, nothing was done. As a staff member, I went to the former HR director, nothing was done. And so I appreciate the diligence and everything that staff has gone through and during this investigation process. It has not been easy. As someone who works full-time in the building and as a former staff person, it has not been easy. And so I appreciate the process may seem to outsiders like maybe it wasn't done right, but this board took swift action from someone who was a former staff person and complained and nothing was done and requested information to be put into my personnel file to make sure that incidents were reported, and they were not in there. And I requested Ms. Tehoff to look at my file, and I requested for that stuff to be put back into my file. So I understand and I empathize. And I thank you for your patience, and I thank you, Abby, for your patience and for your due diligence. It was very difficult work that you did. And it is going to be a process to redo the culture in the office. And I just wanted to thank you for your bravery and thank you for your patience. And I know it's been a really, really tough time. And as someone who sits on the policy review committee reviewing the loopholes, and there are many that we have in the personnel policy and in our township board policy, that's one of the things that Trustee Trezise and I are working towards, along with our HR director, Abby Tehoff, to make sure that those loopholes are closed and that these things don't happen. And so I thank you for your patience in waiting for those things to happen.
Thank you, Clerk Guthrie. Other board members? Trustee Trezise?
I'd add to what our clerk said. Our committee has met 2 or 3 times. and we are progressing through the policy manual. When we have a handle on where we're going or an idea of where we see problems, we are going to have a series of meetings with employees or representatives from employees groups and try to get their input as to what they see is problems, deficits, lacking pieces in the policy manual. So that will be a process that will go on for a while until we get some revisions and bring those back to the board for approval in public. So that's part of where we're going, and we're progressing quite quickly, going through identifying what we see as problems, but we need to come back to you and find out what you see as problems or loopholes or misapplications, whatever. So hold tight, we'll be back probably in June. Maybe it'll have to go as late as July, but we're aiming to get back to our employees and various groups sometime in June or early July. The other thing I wanted to report, I went to the Environmental Commission last week. And there's I'm told, a $30,000 budget line for climate sustainability related grants. The Environmental Commission went through 4 applicants that they sought who had been active with developing the climate sustainability program. And they put some forward 4 proposals. The board looked at 3 and thought those were good ones. The 4th one they're asking for more information. I'm only a liaison, I don't vote. But it will be coming back. I don't know if it'll be 3 of them at the next meeting for a presentation or how they're gonna go. But the progress is being made on that.
Presentation at the Environmental Commission?
No, the 4th one, they're asking for a presentation at the Environmental Commission. The 3 that the commission has tentatively approved, I'm not sure what the next process is to bring it before the board and get input from this end.
Okay. Thank you. Trustee Sundlund.
I just wanted to report that I did attend the EDC meeting on May 7th. It was a very fast meeting. It was about a half hour. We're just kind of reviewing our policies and just where we're going. So we'll keep you posted in future
Thank you, Trustee Sundlund.
activities.
Treasurer DeShane.
Real briefly, I just want to note that Sunday was also the 50th anniversary of the Friends of the Hazlitt Library. They had a great turnout, and those friends do amazing things for that library, as do the Okemos Friends of the Library. We're very fortunate. We have 2 of the largest friends groups in the whole county-wide cattle system. I want to thank those of you who came out to speak tonight. We had 4 important topics: the Senior Community Center Concept Plan, the Downtown Okemos Plan, marijuana licenses, and the settlement with former manager Walsh. Hearing from you is important to us. 4 years ago, COVID hit, and things got shut down for a couple of years. We got used to not going out. And since then, we haven't had a lot of people speaking before this board, and it's really important that we hear from you, that we hear what you feel about issues. We did 4 or 5 listening sessions last year. 6, was it? 6 of them. And we're doing 3 more coming up in June. So please come out to our listening sessions, and there's a much better back and forth between us and the residents, and bring us your issues. We'll share with you our ideas. We want to vet those ideas with you. We really need your feedback. You are the residents we represent, and none of us would be here without the support of each of you here. So thank you for that. Thank you all for coming out tonight.
Thank you, Treasurer DeShane. Any other comments? Well, I'll just simply close by saying that I too attended both of the 50ths over the weekend and got to meet some wonderful folks and learn about a lot of great work that's being done at the Hazlitt Library by the Hazlitt Friends, and got a really interesting history from a living descendant of the toll house property. Yeah. Really interesting stuff at the Friends of Historic Meridian. So if you haven't checked out the historical village lately, it's worth another look. It's one of the gems of the township. That brings us to the end of board member reports of activities and announcements. And next up on our agenda is approval of the agenda. And before we make a motion for the approval of the agenda, I'll point out to the board members that there is an additional item that staff has asked us to include as item 10K on our consent agenda, which would grant the right-of-way permit at the Grand River and Okemos intersection for MDOT, for the work that they are about to do or have already started perhaps. But this is some red tape that they need us to include.
I would also like to add that any communications we've received today in regards to the Okemos, or the Village of Okemos plan, those will be included as part of the packet, as official record of the packet.
Thank you. So we do have item 10K at our place along with the adjoining memo. So I would ask that whoever does end up making the motion for the agenda to please add that as item 10K. Do you have a motion for the agenda this evening? Trustee Wilson.
Move the agenda with the addition of item 10K.
Moved by Trustee Wilson. Do you have support?
Support.
Supported by Trustee Sunland. Any comments on the agenda? All right, the question is on approval of the agenda as amended. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And the amended agenda passes. Next, we have our consent agenda. Our consent agenda includes a number of items this week. We have communications, which, as Clerk Guthrie pointed out, will include any communications that have come in since the publishing of the packet online. We have the minutes from our April 16, 17 regular Township Board meeting and April 21st special Township Board meeting. We have the bills from the last several weeks. We have a liquor license for the Meridian Pride event and an outdoor gathering permit for the Meridian Pride event. We have an outdoor gathering permit for the Pins and Pints on the north side of town, and a special event liquor license for that same facility. We have an EDC appointment and a ZBA appointment. We have the approval of the treasurer's first quarter report, and now we have the permit for the 2024 MDOT right-of-way. Okay. Those are the items on the consent agenda. Do we have a motion for the consent agenda? Treasurer DeShane.
I move the consent agenda be approved as presented.
Support.
Moved by Treasurer DeShane, supported by Trustee Wilson. Any comments on the consent agenda?
Just one comment. I'd like to thank Sai Tulapati, who has put his name forward as an EDC member, and Mr. Max Benoit, who has put his name forward to be the ZBA alternative. We have a dozen or more vacancies on our boards and commissions, and we've asked for more members because we really need citizens to fill out these commissions and boards. And I thank these two gentlemen for putting their names forward, and we'll proudly vote for them tonight.
Thank you very much. Any other comments? Seeing none, the consent agenda requires a roll call vote. Clerk Guthrie, will you please call the roll?
Supervisor Pro Tem Hendrickson.
Yes.
Clerk Guthrie votes yes. Treasurer DeShane.
Yes.
Trustee Sunland.
Yes.
Trustee Trezise.
Yes.
And Trustee Wilson.
Yes.
Motion carries 6-0.
Thank you, Clerk Guthrie. Item 11 on our agenda is questions for the attorney. We have none. Item 12 is hearings. We have 12A, the recreational marijuana license application in Zone 3. The public hearings for these are going to occur the public hearing for these are going to occur now, which will have an opportunity for public remarks. If you intend to speak as a member of the public on recreational marijuana license applications in Zone 3, this is your opportunity. The board will consider this as a discussion item as well later on in the agenda. And with that, we'll turn things over to our combination interim township manager and director of community planning and development, which is a real mouthful, Tim Schmidt.
I really need two hats, so I can just switch them back and forth. So just briefly.
I'm sorry, we'll open the public hearing at 7:27.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just briefly to remind everyone of the process here. One of the procedures for the recreational marijuana licensing that we established was that the board is required to hold a public hearing for each zone that received an application. We did not receive an application in Zone 2. We have previously held public hearings for Zone 1, 4, and 5. This is the last one. This is Zone 3. We did receive 2 applications in this zone, therefore the formal competitive review process and criteria apply. The review committee has previously reviewed these and did recommend approval of the license for the DNVK group at 1614 Grand River Avenue over the Amsterdam Group at 4792 Marsh Road. Both appear to be qualified applicants. DNVK application was the better application. Subsequently, Amsterdam has submitted additional information, and both groups followed up with information about violations as we asked each of the people that applied, and all of that information has been provided to the board. So, in terms of ordinance procedure here, we are holding a public hearing right now on these applications. Once that public hearing has been held, the board has a series of items that they can, a series of paths that they can take, and we will discuss, I will discuss each application in depth when we get to the discussion item. Thank you.
Thank you, Manager Schmidt. At this point, any members of the public wishing to speak on, in the public hearing regarding recreational marijuana license applications in Zone 3 may do so now. Please, if you could give us your name and address when you approach the podium. And we will set the timer for 3 minutes.
My name is Chris Patel, 14875 Cranford Court. I'm with the Amsterdam dispensary. So I think when we went in front of the planning board, I think we lacked in our security plan because the assumption was the state has made it very clear on what the rules and regulations are for security plan. So we're made aware that we were lacking in that part. So we resubmitted it according to state regulations. And so 90% is state regulations, what's in the security plan that we submitted at the end, and probably about 10% is stuff we would do specific for the site. So I think that's why they had recommended the other group versus our group, because of the lack of the security plan. And I think there was a comment made that we're not using the whole space that was formerly the bank, but we are using the whole space. And as far as security is concerned, that space is far superior because we can take deliveries within the space. There's a drive-up door, and which we'd let the transport company in and then secure the gate and then take the delivery. And at times we'd have over $75,000 to $100,000 in a particular delivery, which poses a lot of threat to our staff and thereon. So with that in place on this site, we feel that makes it far better location than the post. That's it.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Other members of the public wishing to address the board in this public hearing?
Mind if I follow up? I did speak earlier.
Please. We would ask that you give us your name one more time, please.
Dave Letteber, 4767 Cornell Road. Just one point I wanted to clarify, and that is the other application that was initially approved. I wonder if there's been a calculation of footage between that site and the Okemos Public School site on Powell Road. I know there's no facility built there, but in reviewing the state ordinance, I'm unclear if it's school property or existing school facility, that it can't be that close. My little GPS, when I try and do it, it's closer than 1,000 feet.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to address the board? Yes, please. And if you would give us your full name and address, please.
Hello, Brian Bethea, 176 Greenwood Avenue from Battle Creek, representing Amsterdam PCC. Again, thank you guys for taking the opportunity. Give us the opportunity as well to speak on behalf of the company. There's a few different things that I've heard throughout the day and also in the kind of build up to this that I just want to, just thank you guys. Small town is huge for me personally. I'm from Cassopolis, Michigan originally. We've done a lot in the local business on that side. Not Amsterdam in general, just my own personal collective. And what I've seen with Amsterdam in the last year and a half that I worked with them is in opening Harrison, they work very close with the community. Try to get involved in as many events as possible, not for our personal gain, but for the gain of the community. So I haven't seen that with very many cannabis companies out there, you know, education and knowledge and just standing up for the people of the community. We definitely try to honor that. Again, that's all I really wanted to say. Thank you for the opportunity.
Could you please, for the record, could you please spell your first and last name?
Yeah, BRANDON, BEATHEA.
I'm sorry, could you spell it a little slower? Thank you.
BEATHEA.
Is that the first name or the last name?
That's the last name. First name's
Oh, it's right here. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Yep, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else at this time, please? If you could please give us your first and last name and your address for the record.
Members of the Township Board, thank you very much for your time. My name is Amar Al-Kafaji on behalf of Okemos Gateway LLC, the property developer at 1614 West Grand River. My address 29580 Northwestern Highway, Southfield, Michigan. I am here on behalf of the developer in support of the application for 1614 West Grand River. The applicant, DNVK, submitted a comprehensive security plan that did not need modifications. It was the superior plan from the start. There were things said tonight about not having a drive-up door that you cannot drive in. That is incorrect. If you take a look at our plans, you can actually drive the car into the facility and have that secure thing. That is something DNVK has done numerous times in the past and was incorporated when we first submitted the plan. I think it's also essential to have the medical and the recreational in the same site versus having a recreational on a separate property and then have the medical on it. It's going to cause confusion for security purposes and many other reasons. It would be ideal to have it all within one building. That's a brand new building designed specifically for that. That is built from the ground up with that intention versus a retrofit. Retrofits never get 100% of what they want because they have the constraints of the existing building there. And that building is in a high retail corridor where there are many potential uses that can be used for that building. It is not in an area that's not seeing, there's prominent development happening all over this commercial corridor. And with this being a vacant piece of property, significant capital contributions are being put into it. And we're very excited to see that developed and have a whole mixed-use development come into the property. And we appreciate the board's input, and hopefully we'll come up in front of you again with modifications to the rest of the site from your last meeting on your input. And we really appreciate your time tonight. We appreciate everyone being here, and hopefully we'll get to see some beautiful spring weather this weekend. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the public wish to speak this evening? Seeing none, we close the public hearing at 7:35. It concludes agenda item 12A. Next on our agenda is agenda item 13A, which is the recreational marijuana license application in Zone 4. We'll turn things back over to Interim Manager Schmidt.
Thank you. So this is the zone on Hagedorn Road, south of Mount Hope and the CSX Railroad tracks on the east side of the road. The applicant in this case is at 4360 Hagedorn Road, Okemos Local Investments. They were the previous medical licensee that was selected, although their approval did lapse and they did not start construction. They did change the plan when they applied for recreational, and they now intend on reusing the building on the site in order to save in construction costs. The Recreational Marijuana Review Committee previously reviewed this application, which was technically complete, but we noted it was lacking in some detail as it related to the review criteria. Even though there wasn't a competitive review in this district, we did apply the same standards to all 5 applicants. Township Board also raised a number of questions at their April 2nd meeting, prompting an additional discussion that occurred on April 16th. And at that meeting, the applicant provided a great deal of clarity. Everyone seemed to be much more clear as to what's going on, and largely it resolved the concerns that had been raised. And so at this point, the board has 2 options under the marijuana regulation ordinance. You can grant conditional approval of a license, and it's subject to a number of things the applicant needs to do after this, most notably apply for a special use permit within 60 days. And then there's a number of other things that need to happen, or deny the license, and stating the reasons for the denial, please, on the record. At this time, staff would recommend conditional approval of that license to start the clock on getting to the next step of the process. I'm happy to discuss this further, and I know the applicant is here this evening to answer any last questions that have arisen.
Thank you, Manager Schmidt.
Thank you.
Board members, we have a resolution or motion before us for conditional approval as recommended by our staff for a recreational marijuana license application in Zone 4. And we have discussed, as Manager Schmidt mentioned a couple of times, this item in the past. Any board members wishing to make a motion?
I'd ask a question for
Please.
Mr. Schmidt.
Yes, sir.
Did I understand that they are not going to do medical marijuana here?
I would defer to the applicant, but on the application they submitted this time, it only indicated recreational.
And their medical marijuana conditional approval lapsed, so they would have to reapply for that? I thought you said.
They have not, yes, it lapsed because I'm just thinking through the process in my head. It lapsed because they never got through the special use permit approval at any point.
Okay,
And so they are just proceeding with recreational at this point.
gotcha, thank you.
Trustee Wilson.
I'm sorry, Interim Manager Schmidt. Did you say there's a 60-day window, we'll start the clock on a
Yes.
60-day window for the SUP to be submitted?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
When this is approved, the applicant does need to go through the special use permit. And they have 60 days to make that complete submittal to the department. We will then take that to the planning commission for a public hearing and a recommendation. And then it will come to the township board for a public hearing and a decision.
Good, thank you.
Other board members? I don't see any other questions. Anyone wishing to make a motion at this time? Trustee Trezise.
I would move to adopt the resolution granting conditional approval of the recreational marijuana license application to Okemos Local Investments LLC for the proposed marijuana retailer location at 4360 Hagedorn Road. Property is zoned RP Research Park and is located with the Marijuana Facilities Overlay District.
Support.
Moved by Trustee Trezise, supported by Clerk Guthrie. Trustee Trezise, any further comments?
No, I think we've discussed this fully, and we'll get another shot at it when they come back for the SUP.
Thank you. Clerk Guthrie?
No, I mean, I had several questions at the previous meetings and was satisfied with the answers that the applicant provided and satisfied with the presentation that the applicant provided. And like I said at the previous meeting, down the street, we have a barn that was converted into a dentistry, and so I look forward to seeing what you can do with this building.
Thank you. Any other comments? Treasurer DeShane.
I too had some questions that were raised and answered at the last meeting, and I'm prepared to support this motion as well.
Thank you. I'll simply add that this was an uncontested bid and very easily could have slid through without notice or without asking some difficult questions. And I want to thank and commend my colleagues for making sure that we do our due diligence even when it isn't a competitive bid.
Yes.
We have high standards in this community for what we expect from our business community. And it was an opportunity to make sure that the residents got the quality of facility that they deserve. So thank you to the applicants for coming back and indulging our questions and providing some very clear answers. We appreciate that. With no other comments, no other hands raised, we'll go ahead and bring this to a roll call vote, please.
Clerk Guthrie votes yes. Treasurer DeShane.
Yes.
Trustee Sumlin.
Yes.
Trustee Trezise.
Yes.
Trustee Wilson.
Yes.
Supervisor Pro Tem Hendrickson.
Yes.
Motion carries 6-0.
Thank you, Clerk Guthrie. Next on our agenda is item 13B, which is an appointment to the Ingham County Materials Management Planning Committee. What a great name. And we will turn things back over to Interim Manager Schmidt.
For those that aren't aware, Materials Management Planning Committee is a government way of saying, how do we deal with trash? So, as the memo points out, 2022, an update to the state, I always say state enabling legislation. In this case, it doesn't quite work, but Part 115 was updated, and it requires that all countywide plans for materials management be updated. As you can probably imagine, older plans were really just focused on landfilling waste. modern plans need to be focused on recycling and materials that have come into the waste stream since then. It's not that landfilling doesn't have its place, but it's a more holistic approach. And so the counties are largely now starting to form these committees to update the plans. They have to issue a notice of intent to, essentially a notice of intent to plan, using all my planning terms for everyone else, by July, I believe. And so this is Ingham County's request. What we are doing here, if the board so chooses to move forward, we're essentially asking for a seat at the table to have a larger role in that plan. Given that we have a pretty active recycling program here in the township, we believe that we should have a seat. And so that is what's in front of you this evening to essentially apply for that seat. I can tell you that part of the reason this is on without much discussion previously is that the deadline was originally tomorrow to make this application. It has been pushed back a couple weeks, but it's still my understanding we need to do it before our next meeting.
Thank you. Mr. Schmidt? Board members, this item is on for action. Any discussion or a motion to be made? Clerk Guthrie.
Thank you, Supervisor Pro Tem. I do have a question. Do you know when they meet regularly? Since there are other meetings and that the board is liaison to, it would be important to know if there's a conflict for board members to be able to attend this, given their, their current liaison.
So this is actually a new committee. This was something that was required in the 2022 law to establish one of these. It will be a permanent body. The county has not determined.
They haven't determined a
As far
schedule
as I'm
yet.
aware, they have not determined when they're meeting.
Okay.
I do have a question also, which is, this is an elected official of a township.
Correct.
I assume, given the fact that there are 16 townships in, I think it's 16 townships in Ingham County, that we may have other applicants for other townships to this body. And so this is merely our recommendation for our potential appointee to it.
Absolutely. This is us asking for a seat at the table.
Sure. Okay. Well, do we have any volunteers? Treasurer DeJane.
I've been active part of the Meridian Recycling event. I think our efforts in that regard are commendable. They had another recently successful event, and I would be more than glad to serve on this as a representative, at least for the next year.
Thank you.
This is a 5-year appointment.
Until I'd be glad to serve as long as the appointment is made for. Thank you.
Does anyone else wish to throw their hat in the ring, or are we comfortable with Treasurer DeShane being our representative, our nominated representative?
We are comfortable.
All right. So it appears as though we have a motion for our consideration.
Shall I make the motion?
Trustee Sunland.
I move to recommend that Mr. DeShane apply for appointment to the Ingham County Materials Management Planning Committee as elected official of the township, and Phil DeShane.
Moved by Trustee Sunland, supported by Trustee Wilson. Any further discussion? Seeing none, clerk will call the roll.
Treasurer DeShane, you're first.
Yes,
You support yourself?
I do.
All right, Trustee Sunland.
Yes.
Trustee Trezise.
Yes.
Trustee Wilson.
Yes.
Supervisor Pro Tem Hendrickson.
Yes.
And Clerk Guthrie votes yes. Motion carries 6-0. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, we've been at this for coming on 2 hours now. I think it might be prudent for us to take a brief 5-minute recess if there's no objection. All right, it is 7:47. We'll return at 7:52.
I'm just going to replace that. That does not seem to be working reliably.
Yeah, it's buggy sometimes. That's why I prefer this one.
Which is board discussion regarding recreational marijuana license applications in Zone 3. We'll turn things back over to Manager Schmidt.
Thank you. So just to refresh everyone's memories, Zone 3 is located on the screen in front of you and above you and at home on the screen in front of you. Roughly bounded by Marsh Road, Grand River Avenue, and then Central Park Drive. The exception being the 3 properties at Central Park Drive and Grand River Avenue just to the east of Central Park Drive. So the old Panera and the 2 vacant lots. There are 2 applications in this district, and I'm going to show you on the aerial photo roughly what we're talking about. So this is Central Park Drive and Grand River, where my mouse is. The application for DNVK is right here. The application for Amsterdam is right here. They're exact opposite ends of the district. Per your regulations that we established last year, only 1 license may be issued for any, 1 license of any license type may be issued in any district. And so competitive review applies here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go through both applications at the same time, because this is one scenario where we can't compare apples to apples. These applications absolutely should be compared against each other. And then Township Attorney Kushel is here to give you a refresher on the competitive review process. And then we are available for questions, and the applicants, as you're very aware, are here as well, however you want to utilize their information. And so first and foremost, I'm going to go through DNVK. That was our previous medical applicants. And so the review committee reviewed their application against the competitive review criteria and found no major issues. We found no deficiencies in the application. The proposed location is consistent with the land use of the area. It's in the township's main commercial corridor. The land is currently vacant, and it's consistent with the master plan designation of the property and the surrounding properties. Residential properties are further to the south or further to the north. They are separated by existing buildings or vacant land. The applicant, both corporate and individually, have not had a license or permit or certificate revoked, denied, or restricted, or not renewed. As we have pointed out with every applicant, there have been violations at other locations. None of them rise to a level where we have concerns about their ability to operate in compliance with our ordinances or the state regulations. The applicant submitted a comprehensive odor control plan, and noise and traffic are not expected to be anything more than a traditional retail outlet. What we found with all of these actually is the traffic numbers actually come in a little lower than you might expect, but from a noise perspective, there's nothing on the site that would lead to noise beyond any normal retail user. Applications, dedication to the township, they have indicated a preference for hiring local for the construction. Their staffing plan is pretty good. I believe they are proposing to pay the highest of any of the applicants at $18 an hour to start, a total of 15 to 20 new full-time equivalents. Their application contained a good security plan, estimate over $1 million of construction value from the project, another $750 from the interior build-out, and have actually pointed out they're aiming for LEED certification with the application. They did provide financial information to show that they have capacity to take the project on, bring it to fruition. We have no concern there. And as I mentioned, they are one of the original medical marijuana applicants, but did not start construction due to the COVID pandemic. This is the only of the applicants now that is a new construction building, completely from the ground up. Lastly, have not proposed signage at this time because they have not chosen a trade name, but have committed to meeting all ordinance requirements, and I would note not to be offensive, attractive to minors, or contain green crosses, which I appreciate. And lastly, applicant has outlined a community involvement program in their application. And so that's DNVK. Amsterdam, as we previously mentioned, the review committee found no material deficiencies in their application, but definitely suggested several areas where they needed to provide additional information for the competitive review process. They did provide that. That has been provided to the board through the OneDrive links that were sent out previously. Facilities proposed to be located in an existing building, really at the heart of the commercial corridor of the community. Space was previously a bank, and so that's definitely a plus for this facility. It's been vacant for about 2 years, and it's consistent with the master plan designation. There are no residential uses in the area. Again, no license revocation, denial, non-renewal restriction from either the corporate or individual side, but some violations, none that rise to a level that bring us major concern. One of the areas the applicant had a problem with their initial submittal was that there was a very limited odor control plan. After the review committee, they did submit substantial information to address this. We believe it's been comprehensively addressed in their additional information. But again, Township Attorney Kushel will discuss the additional information question. Staffing plan has indicated a total of 6 to 7 new full-time equivalents. Security plan with the initial submittal was lacking in any detail. They did provide a very good security plan to follow up on that, but the original plan had nothing. No major exterior renovations are proposed. They do operate other facilities. They're in good standing, have a proven track record, but have provided us with no financial resource information. They have not been a previous permit holder, also did not propose signage, and did not outline a community involvement program. So that's the big picture discussion as they relate to the competitive review criteria, and I'd like to have Township Attorney Kushel now to speak to that.
Thank you, Director Schmidt. Good evening, board members. You're in the enviable position of having this been done for you already. The review committee has gone through the work, gone through the applications, they've looked at them, and that does provide a certain roadmap for you going forward. Not so much to the substantive findings, but as to procedure. So the report that you have is very nice because it goes through each of the review criteria and then, outlines some of the facts for each application. And then the other thing to keep in mind, or the way to frame what the board is called to do here, we've created a deliberative review procedure. There are lots of different competitive review procedures available throughout the state. Many of them utilize a number-based ranking system. You get X number of points for building a new building. You get X number of points for rehabilitating an old building. And that allows communities to craft those points towards their policy goals and their needs. We've gone in a different direction here, closer to a special use permit, or think of it as you would think of reviewing a special use permit. It's the criteria come together as what is the board's view, and specifically each member's view, of the information submitted, of the importance of each criteria piece, rather than a number that you're called to arrive at. You're able to deliberate and offer your own independent insight, advice, conclusions as to any of the competitive review pieces. So you're familiar with this special use process, you have some of those come before this board, and then you've also have the helpful work from the review committee kind of illustrating how that deliberative process can be carried out, and the facts from the applications, that support the various pieces of competitive review. So when we go to your competitive review procedures, on page 3, in the process here, the board shall consider both each competitive review factor, and the board shall consider the initial application materials. So the initial application is what was submitted originally, how everything went to the review committee. And it's essentially the original or the first crack at, this is what I'm going to do. Now, the board may consider the review committee summaries, any recommendations, if any, public comments, legal opinions, other information. So again, and we saw this before with the previous applicant where there was a significant amount of information that came in after the fact, and we have some of that again here. It's appropriate to review that. You can review it. It's part of the record. At the same time, it is supplemental, and you can certainly understand if I've gone through the review committee and I've gotten that feedback from them, now I know what to submit, right, and sort of address the concerns that were raised rather than how am I proposing to do it in the first instance. The other thing I will say is that, hopefully without getting too into the weeds, but each board member can also have a, apparently I'm failing at staying out of the weeds. Each board member could apply different weighting to the information that they received, and we saw some of this in the other discussions as well, that it's really important to me how they first presented it, because that's, the initial reaction, which someone's going to follow their initial reaction. Or I really appreciate the supplemental information that shows they're responsive to complaints and concerns, and they're tailoring their operations to each specific community, right? So two different board members could come to different conclusions based on the exact same evidence, and weight those differently. And then, so that's what we have in the final section there, that the Township Board's deliberative scoring and ranking process is to take all those factors for each of the board members and say, I looked at all these factors and I found 1, 2, and 3 to be the most important for these reasons, and then I saw this in Amsterdam's application, and I saw that in the other application. And then, so that's why I'm going to make whatever recommendation that particular board member makes. So that's a quick and dirty kind of overview of the competitive review process and how how you as board members can each approach it to work through the task at hand.
Thank you. All right, board members. So we have before us 2 applications within Zone 3. Before we get too deep into it, I do want to ask a question of Mr. Schmidt about one of the comments that was made during the public hearing, which was proximity to the Powell Road property. Can you enlighten us as to the actual proximity, or?
It's greater than 1,000 feet.
It's greater than 1,000 feet. Terrific.
Even if you go to the absolute tippy corner to the, technically that property has right of way on it, so middle of the street, you're about 1,300 feet is my measurements.
Yeah, I figured that we would have done our due diligence drawing the boundaries of the zone.
I would hope we did it 4 years ago.
It was COVID. It was a crazy time.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Any comments from the board? Trustee Wilson.
Director Schmidt. By the time the supplemental materials came in for Amsterdam, did you then consider that both projects were equally, if you were to do a review after the supplemental material came in, would you find that the 2 examples we have here would be equally complete, equally of value?
So
is it a timing issue is what I'm asking, because they came in without Amsterdam came in without the supplemental materials.
Absolutely.
We all know that. And then they went through the review process and were told you are lacking these materials, which they then provided. So it seems like we have a timing issue here, that if we were looking at the applications from the beginning, we would find that the one for Grand River was substantially more complete.
So we viewed it a little differently.
I'd like to know.
There's 2 things that you're dealing with here. One, you have the minimum application standards found in the ordinance, and 2, you have the competitive review criteria found in the ordinance. all of the applicants, as we talked about with the Hagedorn application, all of them met the minimum application standards. In fact, we issued, I believe, 3 deficiency letters at the beginning because there was a piece missing. One of them was missing a signature, actually. One of them, we did not have, I think we were missing a driver's license on one of them. And I don't recall the third one because it was a minor thing.
That's fine.
So we viewed them all as complete applications from the start. What we had to do as a committee then was pivot to the second set of standards.
Right.
And 3 of the 5 applications very clearly followed our ordinance and laid out under the competitive review criteria why they're the better applicant. And 2 of them did not necessarily do that. They hit part of it, but didn't hit all of it. And maybe that's a function of how the ordinance was set up. I'm not sure what the situation is. I didn't do the application, so I don't know. Had the information that we have now been available during the original competitive review process, it would have been a much more difficult conversation, I will say that. But I think part of the reason that, and I specifically did not, for better or for worse, call for a second meeting with the review committee because what we didn't want to get into was a back and forth, right? Because functionally that's what started to happen, was that we asked, they provided this, and then the other applicant asked to provide this. Then we asked all of them for the violation issue, and that raised a whole set of flags from all of the applicants. And so what we were trying to avoid was that back and forth. So we snapshot in time, here's what we had, we reviewed it based off that.
Okay. So you're saying that one of the 2 deficit in meeting the criteria was Amsterdam?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Treasurer DeShane.
But you are saying that if you had the full application from both applicants, it would have been a very close call by the committee?
I want to be very clear. We had a full application from both. With all of the information that's available now, it would have been a much more robust conversation, I would argue.
Thank you. Now, part of the problem with these processes, we don't have a lot of experience approving marijuana dispensaries. This is brand new for the board. And we don't really have experience with these developers. Many of them are out of town, and it puts us at a disadvantage because we don't have local experience with them. We do know Mr. Baldori, and we now know Mr. Lidberger because he is on the EDC committee. I'd like with both projects being essentially equal, my preference is to go with the local developer, I think. And the other advantage to me to the Amsterdam operation is it's infill. It's a reuse of an existing building. There's no trees that have to be cut down. There's no new building to be constructed. It's some of the same criteria we used in picking a site for the senior center, community center. It's an existing, essentially abandoned building that could be put to use again. The fact it's a former bank and these are materials that are often subject to heist and robberies is a bonus to me. In fact, they still have a safe is a bonus to me. And the fact that this building is not being put to use and would be repurposed is another bonus. So I think there's a lot of things that, other things being essentially equal, make me lean towards the Amsterdam facility. That's my take on these 2 applications. Thank you.
Other board members? No one seems excited to weigh in. I think that Treasurer DeShane hit on an interesting point, which is, we're up here essentially for the first time trying to pick a winner and a loser, which is not a position that this board finds itself in very often. We have 2 very, when complete, 2 very good applications from 2 very good sets of applicants. I went back and forth about this, because I do appreciate someone who comes with all of their affairs in order, and has everything, ready to go, everything is set. I also understand that, that our ordinance is relatively unique, as our township's attorney has pointed out, in that, it's a more deliberative, qualitative review process as opposed to something quantitative. And so that might be more of a challenge for a developer who has existing facilities elsewhere and may be used to a more quantitative process. And as we pointed out with our applicant in Zone 4, the ability to take feedback and appropriately respond to it and provide and, fill deficiencies, fill voids, is something that's commendable. At the end of the day, I'm honestly not sure I've come down on either side of this particular issue. I think it would probably behoove me to have a little more time to think about it. This is something that, I guess, let me ask this. What kind of a clock have we put ourselves on with this? Because as I understand it, there may be a ticking clock in these cases.
There is. And
There is and there isn't. We do have some timelines within the ordinance that we strive to hit, and they're typically 90 and 100 day or 120 day periods. And since this is our last overlay coming before the board, we're going to be near the end of that initial time frame within the ordinance. But we also have the ability to, for good cause, extend that timeline, notify the applicants. If this board needs deliberative time to make sure, you feel like you've reviewed the application, can make the best decision, you absolutely can get that time.
Thank you. Any other board members wishing to weigh in? We've got at least 4 voices we haven't, we'll go with trustee Trezise.
Okay.
I would have given way to Mark.
Oh, sure.
This is a tough call. I do like the thought of reusing an existing building that has been empty for a number of years. It's also on a commercial pathway, so there is no likelihood of impacting neighbors. On the other hand, it is important to get your ducks in a row, as you said. And I guess the Grand River applicant may have had a heads up on that because they already applied for medical marijuana, and so they'd gone through this process a number of years ago and knew what we were looking for, although the process for that was a little bit different. I would like to review some of the materials that were reviewed by the review committee in more detail. And I think that if we could adjourn this for our next meeting to take action, I think that would be a reasonable time period.
And this is on for discussion tonight, so we wouldn't be taking action anyway this evening.
Right.
Trustee Wilson.
Thank you. I think this really comes down to who finished the test correctly in the right time. Because where I see the deficiency is, and no.
I would not describe it that way, no.
All right.
Because
the difference between a complete application being ready for the review committee and an incomplete or lacking additional information that was provided later is what the review committee took a look at, right?
Well, the review committee did have, as Director Schmidt identified, they evaluated essentially the initial application.
Right.
The reason I wouldn't describe this as a who completed the test correctly or in the right amount of time is because it is a qualitative deliberative process.
Okay.
And it does cover all the different review criteria within that, and you've started some of that this evening with the different comments on what's important and different aspects of the applications and the sites. So it's the decision of each board member whether they find the applications compelling, not what was submitted most recently, or did they complete the test correctly?
Okay. Thank you.
I did have another follow-up question based on one of the comments earlier. One of the representatives from DNVK, pardon me, had mentioned something about having a medical and a recreational facility in different locations. So I guess my question to the applicant from DNVK would be is, regardless of how the recreational discussion resolves itself, do you intend to open and operate a medical marijuana facility at that location?
Well, that is a great question. It's the reason why we did not move forward with constructing the original medical earlier on when we could have is because as times had changed, the audience to which we were able to serve had gotten smaller. So if we went ahead and we built that medical marijuana facility, and we weren't guaranteed to be in the adult use as well, we would be put in a position where millions of dollars have been spent, so much time has been spent, and we were kind of treated unfairly is the way we would look at it. So because we didn't get that guarantee of being able to get that recreational, we would not move forward. On the other hand, the other applicant is not able to have medical within their space. Now, most people know today, medical is much smaller than adult use, given the times, although there still are very much so benefits of having medical. It's a much less tax on the citizen whenever they're purchasing. So the other applicant wouldn't actually even have the ability to put medical in their facility as we would.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Trustee Trezise.
I think we ought to give the other applicant an opportunity to respond to that last comment as far as the ability, if they're still here.
Please.
And while they haven't applied for medical, there's one open in that area. If they don't.
Like he did mention, there's a very small amount of customer base for medical use now. The distinction for the product, it's the same product. It's just labeled either medical or it's labeled recreational. So it's the same product. What we typically do, if someone comes in with a medical card, we just offer that discount in lieu of having to pay the additional tax, since it is the same product. So it alleviates having to manage inventory, because it is the same product, but you have to keep it in a separate space, inventory it separately. So instead of going through all that hassle, we just keep it under rec and then offer the discount to the medical card holder.
Any further questions? Thank you.
Make a quick comment.
Hold on, hang on, please. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Board members, Clerk Guthrie.
Thank you, Supervisor Pro Tem. Attorney Kushel, you said something in response to Trustee Wilson's question regarding the board looking at these applications and the completion of these applications. And you said it wasn't about the completion. You said it was about something else. Could you repeat what you said?
It's about the qualitative aspect and what is compelling to each board member.
Thank you for saying that. Because when I look at the applications and in my review of them, I have an easier time organizationally looking at the Amsterdam application and how that application was put together, and agree with Treasurer DeShane's comments in regards to what he said with the, in regards to the property owner, in regards to, the marijuana licensee and being a part of this community. And also, I find compelling in this application is what other community members said in regards to, or what other, not community members, but other communities said in reference to what their relationship was with the owner and how they work together to resolve problems if a problem were to arise. What those letters of recommendation said in regards to that owner. So I find that compelling and more compelling in looking at which application to go for to me. So I thank you for that comment.
And Mr. Supervisor, to follow up on the timing question, near the end of section 4068, it states that the review and processing would be completed within 90 days of the complete application, and it contemplates approval or denial by the township within 120 days of the complete application. I don't have the exact date, but approximately end of January, we had the complete applications, so 120 days would be May 25th. So we're still within your 120 days.
Great.
And then the next section is that processing time may be extended for good cause shown. And if we don't respond or act within 120 days, that doesn't automatically issue a permit or a license. So we do still have time, both this month within the kind of black letter of the ordinance, and then, of course, as I mentioned, if the board does need additional deliberative time, we certainly have that.
Thank you. For me, I think it would be helpful. I appreciate the virtue of considering the review committee considering the applications as they were originally presented and making a recommendation based on that. This is not up for action tonight. It's up for action presumably in 2 weeks. Well, I guess 12 days when we meet again. And I'm going to ask something that's going to make Manager Schmidt upset because he's leaving town. But I wonder if we could find a brief moment in time before he does to have the review committee reconvene, knowing that we will be back and taking this up for action at some point to consider the completed applications with all the information that's been presented, and let us know if there's an updated recommendation from the review committee based on the totality of information that's now available.
While Attorney Kuschel checks to see if that is a valid action the board can take at this point, because I don't remember. To answer the question about timing, while I can do a lot of things, I am not going to be able to get the review committee together tomorrow.
Okay.
Because that is the date.
You're leaving
So,
tomorrow.
I will be here tomorrow, but I'm like I spoke before.
Got
If the board would like that review to occur, we're happy to make that happen, but we are going to need the board to ask Attorney Kuschel to extend the timeframe by reaching out to both the applicants officially. And then we would not bring this back in 12 days, we would bring this back at the first meeting in June.
Okay.
Yeah, or later.
What now?
Well, depending on when your review committee, yeah.
Clerk Guthrie.
Is it possible to have this on for discussion again at the next meeting? Is that?
Well, if we don't act at the next meeting, it sounds as though we may run ourselves afoul of the black letter deadline that we've set for ourselves in the ordinance.
And
and I guess I'm asking merely for an informal discussion and letting us know generally if the review committee finds more or less this consistently with their original finding. I don't need it to be, something that's a wholesale, full review again. Clearly, you've gone through and done that for our packet this evening. But the absence of a recommendation based on the completed is, to me, something that I would value.
So I will work with the board to go through the ordinance and the competitive review standards to see how we could potentially implement that desire.
It's good enough.
If it can't be done, then let me say that we can be big kids and we can have this on our agenda as planned on the 21st, and we will make our decision. I just think it would be helpful to have that updated recommendation if it's possible. And so that's what I would prefer. I don't speak for everyone, but that's what I would prefer. Any comments on that? Trustee Trezise?
I agree. I'd leave it on the agenda, and if we can get some feedback before then, fine. If not, we can go on
With what we have.
Okay.
Agreed.
Okay, so what we'll do first is answer the legal question as to how to take this forward. If we need to, we'll have Township Attorney Kushel officially request 30 additional days. So we are still within the black line of the ordinance. And then if we are legally able to, the review committee will reestablish, we'll have a meeting, and we will get information back as soon as possible. Otherwise, we will pivot back to decision at the next meeting.
Thank you. Appreciate the winding road we've all been down for this.
Yes, thank you.
All right, that concludes item 14A. Thank you to the applicants from both parties for being present and answering our questions. We'll move on to item 14B, which doesn't appear to be tabbed in here, but we'll find it anyway, which is the Community Senior Center site selection. And this was brought to us by the chair of our Township Community and Senior Center Task Force, Arna Wilson. Trustee Wilson.
At this point, we have come up with the conceptual drawings of utilizing the facility of Yonkers, the abandoned building. It has been declared structurally sound. There is a wall that needs to be rebuilt on the east side, but it can be done. And so what we're looking to get from the board tonight is approval to move forward with better drawings, and also having this topic come up as part of our listening sessions. We're having 3 listening sessions with the community, and we will be inviting the entire community to come to those listening sessions, which will be held here at Town Hall over the course of 3 different meetings. They're the 6th, the 25th, and the 27th of June. So, we do have an option to purchase that we have not exercised pending the board's approval. We would look for that to be exercised with interim manager Schmidt handling that. So those are the things that we'd like to do to continue forward with this process, if you believe that this is something that we want to have as an amenity in our community.
Thank you, Trustee Wilson. Any board members wishing to weigh in? Clerk Guthrie.
Thank you, Supervisor Pro Tem. Yes, I believe that a community/senior center is an amenity that this community needs. I appreciate the inclusiveness of community members being part of it, not just seniors. As a grandmother of 2 grandchildren who appreciate doing anything from, not video games, I'm really not into that, but anything from bingo to hide and seek to yoga to weight training to all these different fun activities to playing cards with my grandchildren. I value the importance of multi-generational people gathering together, and I understand the importance of bridging those generations and the impact, the positive impact that it has.
And so I appreciate hearing that it is for the entire community, that it will be centrally located, that it will be utilizing a portion of the mall that has been empty and has struggled. The mall seems to be going in a direction of entertainment space, and we can largely thank High Caliber Carting for that endeavor. And so I think that this would be a great location for this. In the clerk world, I of course have, questions about, can we have an early voting center there? Can we have polling locations there? But from what I understand in the drawing, and this is the first time I've seen the conceptual drawing myself, is that these are interchangeable spaces. So it's not just jazzercise, it's also yoga. It's not just yoga, it could be Pilates. It's not just bingo, it could be card playing, it could be conference space, it could be other things. I've seen multiple multi-use gym spaces used in various ways. And so it looks to me like it would accommodate, if it can accommodate jazzercise, it can accommodate chair exercises as well. And so I appreciate this conceptual drawing and the many, 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 many hours that many people have put into this. And I have long thought that this township needs a community senior center, and I'm a big fan of community engagement and getting together. And I think that this would be a positive attribution to our community, and it would be a gathering space where people can come together, much like the marketplace on the green. And we have seen the tremendous benefit that that has given to our community in bringing people together, not just a place where people can buy vegetables and stuff. And I actually don't even go there on farmer market Saturdays. I go on Wednesdays when the bands are playing, and it is, it's happening, and so I envision that for here as well. And so I'm sure there's lots of, unanswered questions and a lot of things that still need to be hashed out and all that kind of thing. But conceptually, I'm a big fan and a big supporter of this. And much like we moved the township-wide celebration in downtown Okemos to the center of the township to include everyone, this would be moving it out of an Okemos school building, which is going to go away, and moving it into the center of Okemos, center of the township, inclusive of everyone. Not in an Okemos school, making Hazlet people feel like they're not included. And so I appreciate moving it into the center of the township as well. So I could go on, but I think I've said enough. I'm very excited for this project. I'm excited for the listening sessions and excited for the committee to meet with the seniors, to meet with various groups in the township and get feedback once the board approves conceptually moving this forward, if the board approves that. So it has my full support.
Thank you, Clerk Guthrie.
And I thank you for your time on this and your leadership on this. I'm sorry.
Happy to do that.
I'll add to this, everything you said is absolutely valid. This is, the concept of a community and senior center is something that everyone can be a part of. We absolutely have received feedback from the senior community that they want dedicated space, that they want a lot of, the similar amenities that they had in their current space brought over into any new space. I definitely understood and heard the remarks that were made at public comment about making sure we gather input. And certainly, we on the board are aware that we've been talking about this for some time, right? We've been talking about this, I think, since our goal-setting meeting in December of 2022. It's been a minute. But the reality is that we are in the very early stages, despite it taking several years to get to that point, right? What we have at this moment is ideas, big ideas for something to add to the township that will provide real value to everyone. And what will come over the next several months is a public input and review process that includes everyone, right? It includes our senior community. That starts on Tuesday. It includes others at the listening sessions that come out and weigh in on what they want to see out of a community center and senior center. So if you don't like the notion of glass walls, letting people see into the senior area, that's terrific feedback. That can be incorporated, right? If you want, if you want a space that's a multi-purpose space to do jazzercise, good news. While it may not have been highlighted in green on the page itself for a dedicated senior area, there are 3 multi-purpose rooms right across the hall from what is the dedicated senior area that could be used for that purpose. And so, the people who spoke at public comment are absolutely correct in that it was a committee of people thus far that have been working on this. And yes, it included the director of a current senior center. It included board members and it included township staff who are attempting to bring forth what we believe to be an excellent amenity to the community. Now is the time for the public to weigh in. Now is the time to get those comments in so that we can incorporate changes into what is a first draft of this plan. And so you're coming at the right time. We appreciate you coming to the meeting to do so. One of the things that I'm excited about that didn't get a whole lot of play in the presentation, but I did see on the schematic was the incorporation of a stage, right? This is something that we don't have at all in the community is a performance space like that, indoor, weatherproofed, right? Right now, these concerts at the marketplace on Wednesdays are terrific, but if it rains, we're out of luck. And maybe this could be a backup for that, right? An indoor space that could be used for that kind of thing. This opens up the opportunity for warming centers in the winter and cooling centers in the summer. There are infinite number of uses that I know that I'm excited about coming out and talking about with members of the public and getting feedback on so that we can move forward with this. The question before us here is site selection. And I will be the first to admit that this wasn't my first choice of site, right? I had a number of other sites that I was interested in looking to move forward with. However, I did present those as options to the committee, and the committee did meet and consider those options. And at the end of the day, this site was selected as our most promising site to move forward. And I fully support the committee in their decision to do that. I think the other thing that's worth pointing out is this senior center as presented in the conceptual drawings, senior community center as presented in the conceptual drawings this afternoon, represents something in the order of 40 to 50 to 60% of the actual space that we have available to us. Right, there's an entire second floor, and there are 2 out areas that we haven't even looked at, uses for. And so not only does this building provide immediate benefit to us in the conceptual presentation that was provided to us tonight, but it also gives us the opportunity to learn and take additional feedback even after the initial center is completed and add to it, right? Bring even more to the community at a later time on that second floor and in those buildings in the mall. And I think that the impact that this may have on the Meridian Mall can't be understated, right? The folks who come to our community and senior center, they may go patronize the stores. They may go eat at the restaurants in the food court. And they may walk, and that's, advertising and traffic for the businesses. I think this is a win-win for everyone. And so I wanted to thank former Supervisor Jackson and Treasurer DeShane and Chair Wilson for being our representatives on this committee and really moving this project forward. This is something that we've been thinking about for a long time. As I say, we are just in the beginning stages, even though that's true. And I look forward to seeing what the next step will be. Trustee Trezadis.
I support the site. When I first heard that was being considered, I thought that was a great use of an empty building. But I should caution the community that while we're all in favor of going forward with this, there are a whole lot of questions before we get across that bridge. Costs, remodeling costs, operation costs, all that stuff, and where's it coming from? Because I can tell you $5 million isn't going to do it to grant the capital state. That doesn't mean it's not worth doing. It just means there's a lot of work to do before we get there. But I think this is an excellent site. It's got close parking. It's got a lot of parking. It's got a lot of amenities in the mall that are attached. It's got a bookstore going to be across the hall. There's a lot of great things about this site, and it does a great thing for the mall. So I would say let's explore this and go forward and see if we can make it happen.
Pleasure to Shane.
Thank you. I too support moving this forward and discussing it with the community. And I'm looking forward to the meeting on Tuesday at the Senior Center. It's a really important meeting. We need to explain the detail, the project, as much detail as we have now to the seniors, and explain the space that's being set aside for them and the other space that will also be available to them on a regular basis. It was the grant that got this going, and we started visiting other senior centers. We visited Portage. We visited a center in Howell. We went to the Hannah Community Center, East Lansing, and some of them are really good examples of senior centers, community centers, and some weren't that impressive. So we've learned some things about what to do and what not to do. The Portage facility is impressive in this way. They have maybe 50,000 people, so maybe 10% more population, but they have 2,000 members. And 1,000 of them visit once a month or more frequently than that. So the old adage, build it, they will come, I think will be true. We have a very healthy, active, 65-plus community in Meridian Township. A lot of families like my own. The kids have left town, but we're still here, and we love it here. We're not going anywhere. We're not looking for property in Florida or Arizona. We're staying right here, and having community space is really important. It's why the marketplace has been a huge success, because people have a hunger to gather together and to congregate and to be part of a community. This is a great community because we are so connected, because we have community space to do it in. So I'm looking forward to hearing from the community. Trustee Trezadis, you're right. $5 million isn't going to cover the cost of this. We don't know the price yet, but Brandon, if you come to the podium for a second, I have a question for you, because you've been part of many of these facilities as the designer and concept planner. And one of the things that I've wanted us to discuss in the beginning is looking at private sources of funding for this, because there is money in the community. And other facilities that you've been part of, have you seen a significant portion of the cost covered by private donations?
Yeah, certainly. Especially when you go out to the community and start to sell that, and the community gets around it, and they want that that facility in their community. Then they start to a lot of different fundraising types of efforts can come into play with it, as well, both big donors as well as small donors.
Good, thank you.
Yep.
Thanks.
Thank you, Treasurer DeShane. Clerk Godfrey.
One final comment. I just request that the PowerPoint presentation be sent my way so I can include it as part of the packet.
Absolutely, but it
For the
needs to be
record.
marked conceptual.
Right, yep. Whatever you send my way will be part of the packet. Thank
Great.
you.
Thank you. All right. I think that provides some relatively clear direction to the committee on how
Thank you
how
very
the board
much.
would like to move forward. Okay. Next up on our agenda is item 14C, Mixed-Use Planning and Development Village of Okemos Concept Plan Review. And we'll turn things back over to Manager Schmidt.
Thank you. And so I want to start with when I first started here. This was one of the first things I tackled, actually, was both an amendment to this project and an amendment to the MUPUD ordinance. So this is, and it was going on long before I got here. So where we find ourselves is in the MUPUD ordinance update, we clarified the regulations for a concept plan review. And essentially what that is allows the applicant to submit basic information up front without doing full engineering, without doing full architectural, like any of that. Basic site plan, basic information about amenities, and basic uses on the site to get feedback from the Planning Commission and Township Board. There's a 30-day window for this. This is just a quick hit, get feedback, take the temperature, and then go, no go on applicant, or what do we change, et cetera. And so the Village of Okemos developers are going through that process right now. They proposed they proposed a new plan for the site. There's two concepts in your packet this evening that are similar but have some major differences. So Plan A would put two buildings on Okemos Road, turning the corner, extending about 100 feet down west onto Hamilton. Buildings are nearly identical. 78 dwelling units, 2,500 square feet of commercial space in both. Parking largely located behind the buildings, and then 28 parking spaces in both plans will be located at the southwest corner of Clinton and Okemos, what's commonly referred to as the Rene Corey properties. In this scenario, the township bears the cost of bearing the power lines and all public infrastructure offsite costs. And there's no DDA TIF dollars available for that as it's planned to be captured by the project. Plan C, also two buildings, but this time they're on Ardmore Street. Slightly different from each other, but in total, you're going to end up with 198 dwelling units, which slightly more than the other plan, and about 5,400 square feet of commercial space, slightly lower than the other plan. Roughly the same number of parking spaces. The difference in this case is the parking spaces are between the buildings and Okemos Road. In both cases, there is a potential future phase, but that is not under consideration at this time, nor do we have any details of it at this time. And the thing really driving the bus here, candidly, is the power lines along Okemos Road. In Plan A, they would have to be buried, and that is a cost that we would need to bear as a township. In Plan C, they would remain unburied. Planning Commission reviewed these concept plans at their last meeting, had some generalized comments that they were concerned about the reduced size of the project. That Plan C might be more viable, but then the view would just be from a parking lot. That the project might not really be a MUPUD anymore because of how little commercial space is in it, and that it's not really creating a new walkable downtown. But the Planning Commission loved the off-site park on Liverance that's being proposed as one of the major amenities, and that's something that the board may wish to chime in on tonight because that is one of the items under the conceptual review that is sought feedback on. And so that's really where we're at. There's no staff review at this time. We've not provided you with a recommendation. There's no action you need to take. The applicant is here to give a presentation and walk you through this, but ultimately, the best thing that could happen at this point is the board provide candid feedback to the developer so they can determine a path forward. And so with that, I'll turn it over to them.
Oh, thank you. Can you put the aerial up? Maybe I'll just start with that. Good evening. My name is Eric Helzer. I'm with Advanced Redevelopment Solutions, and I've been asked by the developer to represent these plans and field some questions. I'm going to go over both plans briefly. Tim did a great job, and I have with me today AJ Patrick with Kebs Engineering, who prepared all these drawings. And if we have some specific questions, he's more than happy to answer anything that's in detail. What we have pulled up here is an important figure so that everybody has an understanding of what we've been doing over the last several years. You see the two blocks, Block 1 and Block 2, both of those properties are fully purchased. It took several years to assemble the land. There were multiple property owners and some issues associated with those parcels. So those are fully acquired by the developer. The parcel that we're calling the Quarry property there to the south has also been acquired. That was necessary in order to affect the plans and provide ample parking for the development project. Another key parcel that not a lot of people are aware of, the DDA certainly is. We've been talking to them for the last few years, but the Deliverance property that you see there along the river, all of that river frontage property, we have a plan that was presented last year that was in the amended MUPUD that identified that for stormwater retention along with a park. We would dedicate that that could be owned by the township to be a park. It'd be a portion of that parcel, which is subject to the drain office approval for what we have there designed. So there has been significant effort over all these years related to the land portion of this. And to take a step back, which I think is important, because not everybody was involved, like Tim was and myself, since the beginning of this. So while we had a plan that was approved, and fully financed, and we were proceeding with those approvals and through site plan approval way back when, we had a nice little thing happen that was COVID. And COVID changed our world along with every other developer's world, and municipalities as well were impacted by that, as well as individuals. What COVID did to developers, though, was to reduce the demand for commercial. That demand for commercial went away. I mean, it disappeared. Not only did it disappear, but lenders with a certain amount of commercial, especially something that was significantly loaded with commercial, which our original plan had, was not financeable. We could not find a lender to finance that. Restaurants, this project had two major restaurants that were anchoring the corners. Restaurants themselves, any project that had a restaurant, let alone retail and other commercial uses, because of all the vacancies and the closures that had occurred, there was a lot of restaurant space available. Those weren't being financed. So we were handed something nobody planned for, and went through a couple other revisions. When we thought we were at the finish line, we had inflationary increases that were an outcome of COVID a few years later. Those inflationary increases have raised home values, as everybody knows. Home values have skyrocketed. Well, apply that to a development like this. It's not $100,000 or $50,000, it's millions of dollars. So we were, again, in a position where we had to take a step back. Then interest rates. To curb inflation, interest rates rose. So when we were at a point at numerous stages for financing and being able to proceed and go forward, we were handed something else. So this is why you don't see a lot of development occurring, not only in this state but elsewhere, especially in Michigan, where we have rents that they are high compared to what people are used to paying. They're not like in other states where we can outpace the inflationary factors and also the interest rates. So I think that's an important aspect to remember. So when we were asked under the new process, which is a great process to come before you, to come before the Planning Commission to talk about concepts, we were asked what is financially feasible for us to proceed with a project here. So obviously we've done significant work. We've done the asbestos abatement on the buildings. We did the demolition. We did that as a result of the delay in the project to remove the blight. We were asked by the township to do that. Some of you board members may remember that. And we did. We proceeded with that. We also worked with Eagle and we worked at the corner of Ardmore and Hamilton on the south block or block 2 to address the source contamination underneath that dry cleaner building, since we were timing the demolition of these properties all together. And so the source area being the chlorinated solvents that were there, nearly $1 million was spent to remove those contaminants. Still very contaminated property. We still are left with about $4.6 million across these two parcels to deal with the environmental. That is after what they have done still. Result of that, as well as the petroleum products that are on both blocks that affect the use of the property. So we also have significant infrastructure costs. Not only the power line, which is about 4.5 million last estimate that we received from consumers, but also the streets, the water, the sanitary, the storm, and everything else. So when we were asked what can we do to bring a viable project, we have put this project into 2 phases. We're only proposing 1 phase and 2 concept plans. So dealing with the fact that there's not a lot of money available to bury the power lines, so we came up with an alternate concept, which was Plan C. Plan A is essentially the same plan that was approved in the last amended MUPUD, except for the commercial on the corner was reduced. So instead of the large commercial spaces on each corner of Hamilton and Okemos Road on both blocks, that was reduced. Otherwise, the buildings are the same. The view of those buildings will look very similar, but it would be split into 2 phases. So the balance of the building would be completed in a phase 2 at some point in time when the economy and when financial viability of a phase 2 makes sense. Now, I should also remind you that the original plan, in order to do the whole thing in 1 phase, also had 2 parking structures. They were a single level parking structure above at grade level. So when phase 2 does proceed, and if that does happen, most likely there will be a requirement in order to meet the parking requirements to get those parking structures put back in. So with that, we've spent $6.8 million approximately, the development team did, for what you just heard about to get to this point, all the way up through the last CDs, construction documents for that last approved plan. So, is there anything you think I should maybe add? Other than the amenities, we can talk about those. Yeah, if you could. Yep, that'd be great.
You could mention Plan B and why it wasn't included.
Yeah, so some of you might remember a Plan B. Some of you were at the initial meeting. What Plan B as in boy, took was look at Plan A that's on the screen right now. In order to address the power lines, if they weren't buried, because right now what Plan A shows is the burial of the power lines. That's where the buildings would be located as close to Okemos Road as we can get them. Plan B was to shift those buildings closer toward the center of the property. Unfortunately, when we were initially discussing that in our first meeting, we didn't have the benefit of our engineer, we didn't have a benefit of a few other calculations necessary, but we lost a substantial amount of parking and acreage. And it really kind of shifted that building too far to the west, both buildings, in both blocks. And it didn't make it very viable. Well, it would have been nice, to have that building and shifted. Well, the power lines were still there. The power lines still became an impediment for effective use of the property. So it just wasn't economically viable. And it also pretty much eliminated the possibility for a phase 2, to squeeze parking decks in there and to not give much street frontage left onto Hamilton as you go west on both blocks. So we do have both plans, Plan A and Plan C, both have the start of commercial. They're anchoring the corners, the hard corners as we call them. Plan A on Okemos Road in Hamilton, and Plan C at Ardmore and Hamilton. There's commercial at each of those corners, so that in a future potential phase 2, then the commercial can continue along Hamilton either direction depending on which one is done. The developer proposed as well in that first initial meeting that he would provide these pop-up little spaces, these commercial spaces. If any of you have been to Detroit, the Holiday Market in Detroit is a good example. You can Google that, Holiday Market Detroit. You can see these little pop-ups. The idea is to activate the streetscape, the roadside. So at either Hamilton or Okemos Road, depending on which plan, is a preference for to the township. But that would activate the street front at different seasonal times and might be a nice amenity for the community as well. The development in a single phase and phase, or Plan A and Plan C, they both are about a $63 million project. So it's substantial investment still, very substantial, regardless of which plan we go with. Oh, yeah, that's a good, I'm glad you brought that up. It's a good suggestion. So there was a question about incentives and what we have and the substantial amount of incentives that we have. Well, we do have an adopted brownfield plan. That brownfield plan will need to be amended. There's also been a major change in the statute last year in July in 2023, which I know the township staff is working on to address those amendments. We would have to amend that plan. We did have a grant and loan secured by Eagle for the balance of a portion of the 4.6 million, not all of it, but a portion of it. And that money, unfortunately, because we couldn't move forward with the project, had to go back to the state. So we need to reapply. So we do not have that money available to us today, but that has to be reapplied for. Originally, there was the talk from the MEDC that we would be able to get some what's called the Community Revitalization Program, a grant or loan or combination of that, as well as a RAP grant. There were a couple of rounds of funds that were going to projects. And unfortunately, we were unsuccessful in securing those. So while there are incentives out there, we do not have those incentives. So the only incentive that we've used to date was direct funding from Eagle to take care of the dry cleaner at the corner, the source area portion only, and to support a portion of the demolition cost on the 2 blocks. And that was through an Eagle grant as well. So a portion of that money came from them. So while we're thankful for the state and what they've done, we are obviously going to be going back to them at some future date in order to seek those incentives.
Thank you very much.
Yep, you're welcome.
Okay, well, we find ourselves in the midst of board discussion on this topic. And this is the first time in just over a year that we've had this project back before us since a community meeting that we held about this time last year. And so, Manager Schmidt has given us some advice that we be absolutely clear as the feedback and candid feedback from this board is what the concept plan review is all about. So I think it would be wise for us to do just that. Treasurer DeShane.
Thank you. Yeah, I remember that meeting a year ago. And you stood up there and said, we will be vertical in a year with blocks along Hamilton Road, both sides. So here you are today, bunch of new excuses. And
Interest rates have gone up. They haven't changed. Inflation has gone up.
Please let me finish.
Yeah.
First of all, at the DDA meeting, which is a group that really, really wants to develop this area and is hungry for something new, they voted yesterday's meeting to say no thank you to both proposals. They were not enthusiastic about either one. They really couldn't find anything to get their hands around to support it.
It's unfortunate I wasn't there.
Plan A, it's unacceptable. You know that the township has a $1.5 million redevelopment fund. You ought to come back and ask us for $5 to $12 million for burying the power lines, sanitary sewer, and road improvements. That's a non-starter. We don't have $5 to $12 million for that. The second problem with it is this phase 2 that you've talked about, and you put it, you already signaled to us that you're not really serious about it because you write as market conditions allow.
That's correct.
There's your next excuse when you come back after phase 1 to say, no, we can't do it because market conditions don't allow. You've got your ready-made excuse there. As some of our public said earlier, we've given you height waivers, density waivers. We've given you the TIF financing, tax increment financing for this project. We've allowed you to have various parking configurations. Whatever you wanted to come back with a village concept, we've said okay to it. We have been enthusiastic about it. And don't forget, this was 5 years ago. You did the groundbreaking on the village concept. You had a video of it. You had the community very excited about that. And what we have today is miles away from that. Plan C, it's just completely unacceptable. Coming down Hamilton Road, looking at parking lots and dumpsters in the back of the building, that's kind of the opposite of a village. It's like the backside of an apartment building. That's not the village that this community wanted. Quite frankly, Eric, both of these concepts you're bringing forward tonight are just an insult to the idea of a village. These are not a village. These are apartment buildings. One of them that wouldn't require the $12 million would get the rear-facing side of it to where the public expected to see a village, where you brought the village concept forward to the community in the summer of 2018. And these two proposals are just miles away from them. And we've gotten more correspondence on this topic in the past 2 weeks than we've gotten anything at all in the past few years. And with up and down the line, the community does not support this. They're very concerned that we would support it because it's just so far from the Village of Okemos concept that you brought forward initially. You got the community excited about this, and then since then, the past 5 years, it's just been excuse after excuse after excuse as to why you can't do it. And these excuses, they're kind of rung hollow, at least with me. And if this is the only two concepts you can bring forward, maybe it's time to allow another developer to come in. These are valuable properties. I'm sure if you put them on the market, you would find a interested buyer. We've had very successful development up at the four corners of Hazlitt. American House is open. They have a lot of commercial space there. It's been done in this community before without a lot of excuses, done in a much quicker fashion than you've done for us. You know, I think we're all exhausted by these various proposals you brought to us, particularly last year when you made that commitment to be vertical in the spring of 2024 with that concept plan of Hamilton Road, both sides of it, a four-story building with commercial on the bottom. And instead we get these really weak concept plans. They're just so far from the village concept that the community expects. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Clerk Guthrie.
Thank you, Supervisor Pro Tem. Could you go back to the other picture that you had in the overhead screen? You had the overhead view of the downtown property.
The map.
Of the downtown area, yeah, the map.
The aerial?
Yeah, the aerial, thank you.
Yep.
The Corey, I just have a couple of questions. The Corey property, can you explain why you would like to have that as parking? What is the concept for that being a parking purpose?
Insufficient parking. We have looking for every way possible to get more parking for the development.
Okay, so when you say insufficient parking, you're saying that the amount of commercial and apartments that you plan to build doesn't support, the parking in that plan doesn't support the amount of people that would potentially be living there. And so you're looking for some overflow parking in this area.
That's correct. And actually, you want to mention how we calculate that between the residential and the commercial and
Yeah, the portion of the commercial it goes by the ordinance based on strip mall use or that type of commercial, small businesses. And then the residential, as far as multifamily, is usually 2 spaces per unit. And what we're proposing is actually going against that, or reducing that down to 1.5, which is more in line with what current developments are seeing. There's lots of large apartment complexes have empty parking spaces that aren't getting used. In this case, we want to provide enough so that there is overflow between the residences and the commercial, but we don't have the space to have vacant parking spaces that aren't being used. So with the way the development is, without using a parking deck to get more parking in the area, we have to try and find any parking we can, and it is more financially viable for the project to have on-street parking or, you know, the Corey property to get that additional overflow that may be needed. If at some point in the future, the parking deck comes in and it's not used, then it might be a possibility to develop that property differently. But at this time, in order to help the project have enough parking to be viable, that's one of the options that we had.
Director Schmidt, can I ask you a question?
Madam Clerk.
Thank you. We recently approved the master plan. Could you explain to the board, in that master plan, was there a reduction, I'm asking you to spark my memory here, was there a reduction in parking in that new master plan?
Oh, right.
And how does that relate to this project in regards to what the developers were explaining?
One of the goals of the master plan is to revisit our parking standards. As again, ordinance hasn't been updated largely since 1972.
Yep.
Staff is underway. We were actually getting close to a draft, and then some things changed in the past couple weeks. They're not. They're entirely correct in terms of the calculations right now lead to a certain number. But under the MUPD ordinance, you have the ability to waive as much or as little parking as you want, subject to amenities being provided. So I tend to agree. I think current parking standards are a little high, does need to come down. We are going to recommend that here shortly. And I would also tend to agree that the amount of parking they're showing is probably about where you want to be for a project of this nature. I think reduce it from a planning perspective, reducing it much further, given that we aren't like a traditional existing downtown, that you're trying to sort of build it from scratch. Reducing it too much is going to cause a problem. And so
What is the impact of reducing it to not have parking at the Corey property?
So it's 28 spaces. We have to do a little more math. Functionally what it does is it starts to really tighten up any available extra parking, right? So that's your overflow, that's your visitor parking, whatever it is. You start to really tighten it up if you take out 28 spaces, which are, a substantial percentage of what they're proposing. Because, I've made this point before, people don't build parking if they don't need it, because parking doesn't pay taxes, parking doesn't pay rent, right?
Yeah.
We've looked at the numbers. I mean, we haven't done a full analysis, but we've at least looked at the numbers, and they're in the ballpark of what we would expect a project like this to propose.
But there is parking behind other buildings in other areas in the downtown Okemos area, kitty corner across the street, over at the church, across the street from this to the north. I mean, so if you're asking us to be candid,
please,
about this, I would prefer to not see parking at the Corey property, and I would prefer to see art or trees or something that beautifies the area. I would prefer to see trees and art there over parking, and would rather see a different solution or reduce the reduce the parking. I see empty lots everywhere, all over the place. And when I go to the downtown area, to New Thai Kitchen or to Sandy Sewing Place, I mean, there's a lot of empty spaces around the area. Even the bank has empty spaces. I'm not asking for people who live in this area to park over there, but I'm just saying that I don't see a reduction in 28 spaces as being a big deal, but I'm not a developer. And so if I'm going to be candid, I would prefer to see that space be used for something else. I'd also, thank you, Director Smith, I'd also like to know from the developers, in regards to that Corey property, have you spoken to the neighbors who live next to the two neighbors who live next to the Corey property, what their opinion is about a parking lot coming there? And
Not that I know of at this point yet. This is a concept. It's the
Okay.
first time that the Quarry property was included. It is not currently in the amended MUPUD. If we move forward with either of these plans, then it would be added to the MUPUD.
yeah, because you have the two neighbors there on Clinton Street, and then you have the neighbors there on Okemos Road on the same side of the street as well. And so if it were me and I owned one of those houses, I would not want a parking lot there myself. I'd be pretty upset about it. That's really changing the whole area. So then in regards to the Deliverance property, you talked about that being a potential park, donating it to the, did you say donate that as a park to the
Jim, can you
township?
pull up
Or
the-
did you say that you were looking to turn it into a park as part of this property?
Alt tab.
Alt.
And then you want this one?
There we go. Yep.
Okay.
So the shaded area that's on the top right, if you can see that running up and down, it's a little bit more shaded. That is where the stormwater retention is, and there's a lot of reasons I won't go into it, but there's currently an outfall there that goes into the Red Cedar River, and this is, controlling the flow of that into the river at that point. And then you see that there's a trail that goes around the property along the river, trees and seating areas and so forth. So this was something that we would be, donating this property would go to the DDA. It's something that we had proposed to the DDA a couple years ago when we started working on this, knowing that we had to have property as part of the stormwater. We're also having to comply, there was a comment made about, other projects have moved forward where this one hasn't. No other project, and all of the ones that were mentioned don't have all of the extraordinary costs. They don't have over $10 million in extraordinary cost, none of them. And so this is another example of that we have to put into our project for the village. That's not just benefiting our property, but benefiting the village. So that's along with the infrastructure and everything, the environmental and all those other extraordinary costs. But, again, I want to go back to my very first statement that I said on these two plans, and I appreciate the candid feedback, and I know we're going to get more. But we were asked to present two plans that allowed for the project to be financially viable and move forward. And I think that's a very critical piece. And with everything that we've been dealing with those dollars haven't gone away, they've only increased. And with the way the financing is and the extraordinary costs to deal with all of that, that's why we're here before you today.
So to reiterate, in regards to this section of the property, you plan to donate this to be one of the parks that Meridian Township?
Yeah, in some
Part of the Meridian
form,
Township
whether
Park
it's the
system.
DDA or
So this would be open to
township.
the public, it's not exclusive to
It is
people
not
who live in this area?
correct.
Okay.
This would
And
be
do you know the
public funded.
condition, the environmental condition of this area? Has there been runoff from the dry cleaners? And is there other environmental concerns underneath here?
Nothing that we know of here on
Okay.
this property. Obviously, contamination does migrate. This property, though, from a park perspective, nothing would, that's below the ground, they'd be, the park would be above. One of the things that, this is in the floodplain and floodway, a portion of it. And so this is a property, this whole part of the village is in that zone, and that's depicted by a couple of other lines that are on this map as well. So when you say studies, that part of the studies has been done and confirmed.
Okay. Did you say it was a $63 million project by the
Yeah,
time?
Plan A and C very close to each other, about $63 million for the phase one, yeah.
Why are you interested in doing this and putting so much money? I'm not a developer, I don't know how much these things cost. I did go to American House today and looked inside, it's beautiful inside. And I look forward to their open house that they have coming up. But when you say $63 million project and, there's a number of comments from the public, no, we don't want this, everyone knows my uncle lives down there in downtown Okemos, and, right now he's staring at an empty parking lot. Before he was staring at a dilapidated down firehouse, but he used to go walk across the street and grill at the firemen, For him, most of what I've heard from him is, let's get something down there. And I think Renee Corey was basically saying the same thing, if I remember that correctly. But why keep coming back to this and being brutally beaten over the head and wanting to spend $63 million in a project in downtown Okemos? What's in it for you? I mean, why are you interested in doing this and keep going at
This
this?
is part of development. This is no different coming before a board. You know, not everybody's happy about any project ever. You know, I did read all the letters. I did go to the Facebook page, and they aren't all negative. I could probably say that better than 50% of these like Plan A. A lot of people didn't like Plan C, you know, so there were over 30 threads in the Facebook page. There was about a dozen or 10 or a dozen letters. I think there were a few more letters that I'm not privy to that came in. But they weren't all negative. The extreme negative ones, just because there's no positive, there was no constructive criticism, and those other ones, we throw those away, they don't matter. It's the ones that are really kind of looking at the plans and saying what they want, and that was the general feel that we had. The takeaway was that Plan A was much like what the other plan is, because it is exactly the same. We're lopping off the building along Hamilton, and we did that intentionally so we could get that hard corner and get that commercial in the hard corner, so that at some future date there could be a continuance down Hamilton. That's why we did it the way we did. And it gives us the opportunity to benefit from the use of the construction documents that were over $1 million that were spent. Part of that 6.8 was the plans. So you asked the question, why continue to do this? Land is all owned. All of the land assembly has been completed. It's been taken years. We understand the property very well. The engineering has all been done. And for somebody else you just simply think somebody's going to step into it, it will be years before somebody else could even get to this point of where we're at. So, yeah, it's something that we were actually asked, the developer, and I say we, the developer, Pat Smith, was asked personally by township officials, come to the village of Okemos. You did a wonderful job at the elevation at Okemos Point. Please take a look at this, and we'll give you the tools, we'll help you, and you have. The tools are there. You have been accommodating through the MUPUD, and we appreciate that. We're just trying to work with what we've been handed.
So, I have one more question. So with it being $63 million, how much more is it to have a parking structure, a second?
So last year, the plan that Mr. Duchesne had talked about was a $92 million project. And that included the parking structures as well as the continuance down Hamilton. So take Plan A, and then you can look at the plans that are on record in last year that continued down Hamilton. That was about a $92 million project.
I have a comment on the parking.
Sorry, who are you?
Rockwood Shepherd. I'm the owner's representative for the project.
Okay.
When we're talking about parking and everything there, we have to have enough parking for the project. We have over 10,000 apartments across the country, hundreds of thousands of square feet of commercial and stuff, and we know what we need for parking. We've got it over 3,000, I think 3,300 beds of apartments in East Lansing and Okemos and Lansing area. So we understand the needs for the parking there. We wanted to bring in restaurants. We have connections with restaurants, large, big restaurants that everybody knows that would love to be there, that came out to visit. The nicest steakhouse in the country, and they also have partners with a seafood restaurant we were going to put on both sides. Both of them said there's no way we can park enough people, even if you don't hardly build anything else on there. They're not interested in the property. They've got miles of parking over at the mall over here that they could easily do there. And they wondered why we were trying to bring commercial from the commercial area to a residential area. So that was their comments to us. So we understand the need for it. And like Eric said, we were asked to come to the project to get started. That's why we came to it to begin with. But we can't build something that's going to fail. It's easier for us to sit on empty land and then risk the $63 million that it's going to take. I don't know what the answer is one way or another, but a couple months ago, or whenever it was, we were asked to come with a project that we could get financed. There's no financing for restaurants, there's no financing for commercial. The only thing you could possibly get financing for now, anywhere in the country, not just Oakland, especially smaller towns like this. A $63 million project is a big project for anywhere. To get financing for that, you have to have enough, equity and stuff like that in order to do that. But you can't get financing for commercial and things like that. That's just not how it happens. And the parking garage itself, if you put parking garages, they're very, very expensive. And then the same restaurant people said, why would you put a parking garage here when you have half a mile away empty parking places over at a mall? And trying to bring commercial from commercial areas to a residential area, I mean, the commercial areas are not doing that great in Okemos, in East Lansing, in any of the towns, to the point where you're looking at an old store for a senior center. So you're taking retail space there away and turning it into a senior center. I think it's great. I mean, I'm senior. I'm old enough to go there myself. I think it's great. But we have to be real. We don't build stuff to fail. We have to build stuff that is going to be successful. And if not, then we're out of business. And we've been in business for 50 years, so we're not going out of business now.
Thank you.
I thank you for your comments. I don't think anybody expected a big nationally known restaurant to be going in this.
But we lost our main.
In this place. Excuse me, sir. I think people were thinking of coffee shops and small mom and pop business areas. We weren't thinking of big commercial type things, and there have been new restaurants popping up all over this country. There have been new coffee shops popping up all over the place. So I appreciate your comment about the parking. My comment is, we were asked to be candid.
Yes.
And I'm not looking for additional feedback from you. I appreciate what you've already said. My candid feedback is no parking at the Corey property. Thank you.
Trustee Wilson.
Thank you, Supervisor Pro Tem. So I've had skin in this game for 6 years, and so has Lucy Millette, because we were asked to be on a citizen advisory committee started by Will Randall to comment on this project. So we have watched this project for 6 years this month, and I have to say, it's been a series of disappointments. What you provided to us originally was the concept of a village, that we would have a lovely downtown with parking available, commercial all along both sides of Hamilton Road. There would be a boulevard scape with bike lanes and calming traffic, and it would be a destination. This is not a destination. Let's talk about Plan C. You are operating under a mixed-use plan unit development. All we're seeing is 5,000 square feet of commercial. Everything else is apartments. And I can't tell you how difficult it would be, and how I would never do this, to present to our community, we have agreed finally to do something with the four corners of Okemos, and oh, by the way, you're gonna face parking lots every time you drive past Hamilton and every time you drive past Okemos. It's a non-starter for me. It absolutely is. And I heard you say, sir, why bring commercial to a residential area? Because that's what you agreed to. That's what this MUPUD is about. So then we go to Plan A. And the reason you're hearing all the kudos, yes, let's do Plan A, where we put the buildings along Okemos Road, is because no one understands the cost that you are asking this township to bear. And I'm not talking about the board, I'm talking about all you taxpayers out there. Because what they're telling us they will not do, it is necessary for the township to pay 100% of the cost to bury the high voltage lines. That range right now is $4.5 million to $7 million, and Consumers controls it. So I'm going to go for the high end. In addition, you are saying we are also going to be responsible, the township will, for public infrastructure and site costs, which we agreed to from the very beginning. And that cost was $1.25 million. And we actually set aside the money to do those improvements in the infrastructure. So now you're coming to us and you're saying, we'll build it along Okemos Road, but it's going to be apartments, 8,900 square feet of commercial, so it is better than the Ardmore option. However, you're asking us to pony up $8.25 million to help you build this thing. And that, we don't have that money, and I don't think we should be asking the taxpayers to foot the bill to benefit you. And that's the only way you say you're going to be able to do it, that the power lines are an impediment for the effective use of the property. Frankly, neither one of these fit the needs of the community, the wants of the community, the desires of the community to have a beautiful downtown. And it's just exceedingly disappointing that these are the two selections that we have before us tonight. Thank you.
Trustee Trezise.
I've been here on this almost as long as you have.
Yep.
Because I was at the Planning Commission when it was first presented to us. And you're exactly right. It was presented as a draw to help the entire downtown community. And you say this is bringing commercial to a residential area. This space is zoned commercial. You are bringing residential to a commercial area, not the other way around. Now, I agree that Plan C just is an eyesore with no guarantee of part of a second phase. That doesn't go anywhere. As far as Plan A, I think I agree with Trustee Wilson. The only reason people have said, I prefer Plan A to Plan C is because it's not as bad. It does shield the parking lots from the road. But this is not the draw, the community that was sold to this community when you came in. We do not have the money to pay for all of the infrastructure. And I think your estimate is low because I believe that would also include the potential of having to pay to the County Road Commission for the widening of Okemos Road, putting in left-hand turns, stoplights.
For sure.
I've heard numbers anywhere up to $12 million for these amendments, for these changes. And it doesn't deliver what we wanted for the area. So I would not favor either of them at this point. And I think we're better off leaving the land vacant and an eyesore as it is, as opposed to putting up something that's going to be there permanently that doesn't improve and deliver on the needs of the community.
Thank you. I'll add my 2 cents at this point. A lot of what I would like to say has been covered before, but I think some of it bears repeating. What's being presented this evening in the form of 2 different plans is a false choice. And I think that our residents have been presented this as if it is an either or proposition. And the truth of the matter is, it doesn't need to be. It's A, C, or something else that we haven't seen yet. This is a conceptual plan, 2 of them.
Mm-hmm.
What you've provided to us in Plan C is essentially big box stores as we understand them, but with residential instead of commercial, right? You've presented to us miles of asphalt and a very tall building behind it on our second most traveled thoroughfare in the township, right? Grand River, most traveled. Second most traveled thoroughfare is Okemos Road, coming from 96 into Grand River. And we're going to drive past what is essentially two giant parking lots as we drive past. I join every resident that wrote in support, in opposition to Plan C, because this is nowhere near what was discussed. I wasn't on the Citizen Review Committee, but I was also on the Planning Commission. It was one of my first things we took up in my tenure on the Planning Commission, was the original plan to the village of Okemos. And what happened from then to now is really stunning, right? What I believe to be an abuse of the minor amendment process of our old MUPUD ordinance, because the minor amendment process was used to remove first one full floor of a 5-story building of commercial, then half of the first story of commercial, now down to what could generously be described as maybe a coffee shop, maybe two. This is not what was sold to this township when it was brought before us. And I'm not totally immune to the arguments that the developers are making about the increasing costs of construction, of interest rates, and the sunk costs of the property. But I will say, the sunk costs of the property and the cleanup, those must have been known when this project began, right? Due diligence of purchasing a property demands that you find out what it's going to cost you to clean up the environmental aspect of it. Interest rates and construction costs have impacted everyone. We feel it here in our local road program, and we've understood that that means that we have to do less. Let me ask you this. If you've got parking problems, why not do 4 stories instead of 5? Now your parking problems are gone, and 20% of your construction costs.
Yeah, it's 4 stories.
Make it 3 instead of, you see my argument, right? Make it 3 instead of 4, and all of a sudden your parking problems in the quarry property become a thing of the past. And, you know, I get it. You're in it for the money, right? It's not financially viable, or at least not as profitable, to do what I'm suggesting. But this is a far cry, both of these plans, from what was brought to us 6 years ago. It's a far cry from what was amended that I didn't appreciate 4 years ago. It's a far cry from what was amended a second time that I further didn't appreciate 3 years ago. And so here we are with a thrice amended concept plan that doesn't look a thing like what we talked about. And now, in addition to the 1.2 million that we had already planned to set aside for the utility work on this, we're going to, at best, triple that burden for our taxpayers. And I agree. I think that's a very low estimate of what it's going to cost. So, you know, I appreciate our residents weighing in. I think this Treasurer Duchesne is correct that this was certainly one of the projects that we've heard from our residents the most about when public input was sought. And I think perhaps we could have made it a little bit clearer what the financial burden was. Director Schmidt, you're still in the room on us. I know we've taken you quite late this evening. What's our discretionary budget on a given year-to-year basis?
Oh man, I apologize. I do not have that number off the top of my head. I can grab it real quick for you though.
My recollection from the last time we did a budget here last year was that our discretionary budget was somewhere in the order of $27 million. That's after we paid all the essentials. It's somewhere in that ballpark. At best, you're asking us to commit somewhere in the order of 15 to 20% of our discretionary budget in a given year for this one thing. That to me is unconscionable. We can't do that, right? We have a project in Hazlet that has undergone the same conditions financially as everyone else in the country and locally here in Meridian Township. And they have seen the ability to move forward with this project at what comparatively feels like light speed, right?
They do not have the same $11 million.
They don't have the same environmental cleanup, you're right about
And they
that.
do not have the infrastructure. They don't have any of it.
What they did have was a much larger building to demolish, and also the same interactions with the drain commissioner, forcing them to halt their work and readdress the entire drainage of the parcel in the middle of their demolition process, which it is what it is, right? The drain commissioner's got a lot of needs. Now, I haven't even addressed the park, which is lovely. It's lovely. But what it is underwater 40% of the year, as it is, before anything gets done on your parcel. And to think that, you
There
know,
are homes there that. would
yeah,
be
and the
habitable.
basement is underwater. We've spoken to the property owner 40% of the year. We've done our due diligence on this. This is a flooded property all the time.
So are the other parks on Okemos Road. They're in the same position.
I appreciate your saying that. I do. What I'm telling you is, I will not support Plan C. Not now, not ever, okay? Let's start with that. Putting parking lots butting up against Okemos Road is a total non-starter for me, all right? I was asked for candor. I don't believe that that Plan A meets our criteria as well. It doesn't meet our ordinance. It is a massive departure from where we were just years ago. And I can't see myself supporting this either, knowing that we would ask our residents to foot the bill in a way that we wouldn't ask them to foot the bill for any other development in the township. Those are my thoughts. Trustee Sunlight.
I'm just gonna add to it, and I don't have all the figures in my mind and all that stuff, but, you know, I think we're really just very disappointed. We envisioned Okemos, downtown Okemos, to be a vibrant, you know, we can go out to restaurants and, you know, I'm just so disappointed with this concept right now. It's not what we thought it was gonna be, and we're not, I don't think we're willing to settle for less. So, we just really wanted that downtown Okemos to be vibrant, to be walkable, to be, you know, a couple of restaurants. You know, the restaurants are really starting to gear back up, I think, after COVID. I think restaurants are starting to really be vibrant again, and there are restaurants going up in Eastwood Town Center and stuff like that. So I think we need to focus on what we want the village of Okemos to be, and I don't think we can deviate from that. I'm just saying.
Any other comments from the board? Clerk Guthrie.
Thank you. I concur with the rest of the board members. And I just go back to my statement. It just baffles me why you keep coming back at this, especially when I feel as if the starting point of where we were at and where everybody thought we were going to be is completely not the same today. It just baffles me, and I feel as if we're being made out to be fools or something, like, because I travel across this country, I know there's development going on. I know there are restaurants going on. And to continually being told, COVID. I get construction prices are rising and blah, blah, blah. But there's also a lot of stuff going on across this country, as you very well know.
We're not the rest of the country, unfortunately. Michigan is not in the same position.
Thank you. Thank you.
really aren't.
Okemos is a place where a lot of people do want to come.
It's not a dig on the community, it's not a dig on the
I know.
state. It's
I know.
a mere fact of what rent we can generate in the state. Everything is predicated on what we can rent
Thank you
property
for saying that. It's all predicated on what you can rent. Thank you.
Other comments
That's how
from the board?
things get paid for.
Thank you for your time.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it. We'll take this back to the developer. Appreciate it.
Yes, to answer your question, just over $27 million general fund.
All right, gotcha.
Sorry.
Thank you.
I thought I was gonna be close.
Budget is post-vacation.
You were spot on.
All right, next up on our agenda is item 14D, the supervisor appointment process. And so Mr. Schmidt has been working diligently with our attorneys on what we need to do, how we need to do, and in what time we need to do.
Yeah, and so consistent with the process that happened with the untimely death of Supervisor Stika, similar process here. You have essentially two paths you can go down. You can take immediate action and move to appoint one of your own as a supervisor, or that you can go through the process that we've laid out to receive applications and then interview members to be the next supervisor. If you do appoint one of your own, then we need to sort of flip this process and have the same, and do the, instead of the process for appointing a new township supervisor, it's a process for appointing a new township trustee. White out the words and put trustee in. It'd be roughly the same process. Part of it depends, there's some timing things, right, that come into play here of when is resignation official, when is the new appointment official, but that process that you have, what I would probably tell you is that if you appointed one of your own and went to a trustee, that process that we laid out in the memo would probably extend by one meeting, roughly.
Okay. Board members. Trustee Wilson.
We do have to take action to accept the resignation of Pat Jackson.
I think technically we did that by approving the consent agenda with her communication in it.
All right.
You did.
Thank you.
I believe we're in good standing on that.
Thank you.
What is the pleasure of the board on how we proceed? Treasurer DeShane.
It's nearly 10 o'clock, and I think we should put this on the action agenda for the next meeting, and we should discuss it and take action at that meeting. I think anything at this late hour, we're not going to get our best selves. I'm pretty confident that this board will move to appoint you as supervisor, but let's have a clear discussion about that and earlier in the meeting. I think it's the more prudent thing to do.
Anyone else? How do we feel about that? Clerk Guthrie.
I would rather take action on this tonight. I think it's important to have a supervisor and have somebody in the position of supervisor and know who that person is. And I think if Treasurer DeShane's comments are correct, that we would like the supervisor pro tem to be appointed as the next supervisor, then I don't see any reason why the board would wait and not move forward on that. And if I were to make a motion or want to appoint somebody, it would be our supervisor pro tem. He's done an excellent job in that position, and I feel confident in his continued leadership in that position. So I don't see any reason why we would wait on that.
Thank you. Treasurer DeShane. No, I'm sorry. Looking that way.
I'd go along with that, and with taking action tonight, not just because we do need a permanent supervisor as soon as possible, but realistically, if we put this up as a posting and an application, it's for a term of 6 months. Because you're the only candidate running for supervisor. There's none from any other party that's running. The only thing they could do is a write-in campaign, which is highly unlikely. I don't know what kind of applications we would get, but it would be for a short-term period, and we'd be turning it over anyway. So I would just soon go ahead tonight.
Trustee Wilson.
I think that Supervisor Pro Tem Hendrickson has performed brilliantly for the last, how many meetings have you? 5 meetings?
5, 6,
6 meetings. And that was your dress rehearsal. I have no question in my mind that you are the most capable person to do this job, and I would support making that decision tonight.
Thank you. Treasurer DeShane.
I too support you, Supervisor. We've had some issues about transparency, and my only concern is it's, again, nearly 10 p.m. at the end of a long meeting. I do not want this to seem like a late action we took. To your point, Supervisor, at the same time, Trustee Trezise is correct. He is the only candidate on the ballot, Democrat or Republican, so he's assured to be elected to it this November. So I don't really see that there will not be any other applicants. If the desire of the board is to do it tonight, I will go along with that tonight. Whatever the pleasure of the majority of the board is, I'm in agreement with.
Thank you. Trustee Sutherland.
I think Scott Hendrickson has taken on a role that is challenging, and I'm not sure I'd be up for it myself, but it's a challenging role. It's going to require a huge time commitment. And so I think because you are up for election and you know, you're the only candidate on the ballot, you got to make some life decisions. So I think I'm willing to move on this. I think that would be the right thing to do, and you're doing a wonderful job. You just stepped right into it, and you've got the ability to get the meeting going. You've got the ability to keep the meeting going. I just think that you're doing a great job, and I am so excited that you are running for office. And I'm happy to see you go ahead and be appointed. I think that's the right thing to do.
Thank you.
The only thing I would add is that, given that this is the first time the board has had this, I do believe you need to motion to suspend your rules to act this evening.
That's true. Thank you.
I would like to make a motion to suspend the rules to take action on this item this evening.
I support that motion.
Moved by Clerk Guthrie, supported by Treasurer DeShane. Any discussion on suspension of the rules? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And the motion carries. Clerk Guthrie.
I move to appoint Supervisor Pro Tem Scott Hendrickson as Meridian Township Supervisor effective immediately and proceed with the trustee vacancy application process.
Support.
Moved by Clerk Guthrie, supported by Trustee Wilson. Any discussion?
We've said it all.
Well,
Well, we could say much more.
I guess I have one question. Are you willing to take the position?
Thank you.
Good question.
I appreciate the accolades and heaping praise my way, certainly. Yes, of course, I would be happy to take on this role a few months earlier than anticipated. This is certainly not what I hoped for. Obviously, we all wanted Supervisor Jackson to be here and to serve throughout the remainder of her term. And she leaves behind very big footprints to fill. But I shall do my best to make you proud and to serve the board well in a new capacity should we decide to move forward with this. So thank you for the kind words. And with that, Clerk Guthrie, would you call the roll, please?
Yes, Supervisor Pro Tem Hendrickson.
Yes.
Clerk Guthrie. Clerk Guthrie votes yes. Treasurer DeShane.
Yes.
Trustee Sunland.
Yes.
Trustee Trezise.
Yes.
And Trustee Wilson.
Yes.
Motion carries 6-0. Congratulations.
Thank you. So what that vote does mean is it starts a 45-day clock, and I accept for what that's worth. Starts a 45-day clock from which we must appoint a township trustee. And it would be my hope, based on the motion that was made, that we can follow the same schedule that was laid out here in the packet for a trustee search process, which means that there is a vacancy for the office of trustee. And there will be a public service application and resume and 3 references that will be open and available to the public starting tomorrow, May 10th. And the application window will close on Thursday, May 23rd, 2024 at 4 p.m. Probably at our next meeting, we'll ask to appoint a subcommittee to review any applications that come in, as we did last time, so that we can have that subcommittee meet and review them before our first meeting in June. And by the schedule, it looks as though we would need to have a special meeting to interview the finalists on June 4th, with the appointed trustee after that to be sworn in on and attend the June 18th meeting. So, again, thank you for your confidence. And I look forward to seeing all of the applications from interested members of the public who'd like to sit on this board. Certainly, it's been a rewarding experience for all of us. Trustee Sunland.
So, even if this person is appointed, they still have to run.
So, yes, thank you. Based on the timing of the vacancy, whoever would be appointed by this board would serve the remainder of what is now my term through November 20th of this year. They would not have to run for election. And in fact, they could not run for election for the full terms from 2024 to 2028 because the filing deadline for that has already passed.
Unless they're already a candidate.
Unless they're already a
Unless they're already
candidate.
a candidate.
Yes.
So they're just filling his term unless they're already a candidate and get elected.
So Marna and I and Pat had to run in 2022 because we were appointed less than halfway through the term, which is why we all had to run in 2022.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, that brings us to the item 15 on our agenda, which is public remarks. I have one new, I'm going to call it a green card, from Angela Demas. Angela, would you like to come to the podium, please?
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I wanted to come up here and introduce myself. My name is Angela Demas. My address is 2162 Banyan Trail, East Lansing, and Meridian Township. I'm running as a Democratic candidate for Meridian Township Clerk. I believe that the right to vote is sacred, and that's why, as your Meridian Township Clerk, I promise to work each and every day to ensure that we have free, fair, and safe elections. I believe that leadership begins with listening, and the best way to do that is by going door to door and listening to people in the community. We need to reach out and talk with people who may not come to these meetings, and that means going to them. I've been having great conversations with people in the week, this last week, and I'm looking forward to hearing more about what's important to my neighbors. So over the next few months, I'll be going door to door, meeting with all of you individually, and if I haven't already, I'm really looking forward to meeting with everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, is there anyone else in the public who'd like to address the board? I know we've seen you once before, but if you could give us your name and address one more time, please.
Barbara O'Kelly from 2576 Wood Hill Drive. Thank you for another opportunity. I do want to set the record straight about Senior Center Coordinator Sherry Wisdom. I think she has done an excellent job of keeping us as well informed as she could, sharing with us what she was authorized to share and not sharing what was confidential information. I've talked to many members of the senior center. I'm pretty active over there. And we do not feel that it's been very fair to request a paid employee of the board to represent, whose job is at stake in this reorganization, to represent the views of the users of the senior center, of those who are seniors. And I would respectfully request that the presentation, very good presentation made by Progressive AE, be made available to us and the advisory board prior to our meeting with the task force on Tuesday. So if you can email that to me, I can get it to the others, or if you would email it to Sherry, whatever. But if we could have that, it would be very useful. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the public wishing to address the board at this time? Please.
Thank you, members of the board, again for your time, and I apologize for coming up here again and delaying this, as I know everyone is super tired, so try to make my comments quick. Again, Amar Al-Kafaji, 29580 Northwestern Highway, on behalf of Okemos Gateway LLC. I just wanted to make a few comments. The first one is about the difference between medical and recreational marijuana. I understand that someone from Amsterdam just stated that there is no difference between the two products. Me, as an internal medicine physician who sees patients daily, I recommend my patients to use only medical marijuana because there's a different type of microbial threshold that the state requires. And anyone that has a cultivation center is very well aware of this, that there is a 10-time more stringent amount of mold or mildew that can be allowed in a medical versus a recreational product. In looking at the applications today that were both submitted, it was a competitive process. Everything was strictly written in the application. The first process for the medical was the lottery process. This process was a competitive process for the recreational. Everyone had a fair shot to go out and do it. We are confident in our application. We are confident in everything that was submitted, and it was comprehensive. I would really hope that the board can spend some time to read our community involvement plan that was submitted. There's tens of thousands of dollars being donated to local charities yearly. That is going to be done every year this business is open. There is a Christmas project every year for local kids. There's a turkey. There's a drug prevention abuse program that is going to be initiated. There is so much that's being done for the community. There's 18 employees being hired versus 5 to 7. We had the highest starting salary for people, and this is all local residents. You know, not to mention the financial capability that was submitted in financial bank statements to the township, showing the cash liquidity to build the full facility without any need for any financing, as well as the full comprehensive security plan that was submitted from day one. Every application, as was stated, was fully complete. It was just one was more comprehensive than the other and had additional things like a community involvement plan, like extra security measures, like everything that, that is required to go into an application. And we really appreciate your time tonight, and we hope you take this into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else at this time? Okay, seeing none, we'll close public comment at 10:06. Next up on our agenda is item 16, other matters and board member comments. Any board members with comments? I think we've said a lot tonight.
I think we have.
I have one quick comment.
Yes.
Oh dear.
Amar?
Yes.
It's Okemos. Just so you know, it's Okemos.
I apologize every time.
Okay, all right.
It was a long night. I apologize about that.
No, it's okay. Just thought I'd help you out there.
Yes, thank you.
All right.
All right, thank you. Item 17 on our agenda is a closed session. The board member looking to make a motion. Treasurer DeShane.
I move the board go into closed session to discuss the confidential legal opinion.
Moved by Treasurer DeShane.
You're saying what it's about?
Did you read the?
Stephen, would you put the agenda back up on the screen, please?
I got you.
There you go.
Okay. Let me restate my motion. I move the Township Board enter closed session pursuant to MCL 15.2681H to consult with the Township Attorney about a confidential written legal opinion regarding a development project.
Support.
Moved by Treasurer DeShane, supported by Clerk Guthrie.
That's okay.
Any discussion? All right, the clerk will call the roll, please.
Clerk Guthrie votes yes. Treasurer DeShane.
Yes.
Trustee Sunland.
Yes.
Trustee Trezise.
Yes.
Trustee Wilson.
Yes.
Supervisor Hendrickson.
Okay.
No
Yes.
pro tem anymore, right?
Makes it a little less. wordy.
Motion carries 6-0.
All right, the board will enter closed session at 10:07. We would ask that folks please clear the room.